Hi, everybody. I hope you're doing well. And today is July the 30th, 2022. You are not seeing things. That is, in fact, Alex Jones, the original tinfoil hat wearing conspiracy theorist on YouTube. Now, he did eventually get kicked off of YouTube and every other platform. He had to basically build his own streaming platform, which is called Band. I think it's called bandinfo.com. Maybe it's just band.com. Anyway, but Apple Store, YouTube, Twitter, all of those services that bring our streaming experiences to the masses, they cut ties with Infowars, aka Alex Jones, and they said, we don't want to have any kind of doings with you, and so that's he had no way of doing it other than getting setting up his own streaming platform. So this past week, the trial for Alex Jones and the Sandy Hook defamation case, that has started now. And originally I had not planned on really talking about the case or covering the case, but like all things Alex Jones, it's turned out to be a bit interesting for a lot of different reasons. So I thought I would go ahead and put it up and talk about it and see kind of, where you guys, what you think of it. It is quite possible that the word is not really getting out. It may be because Alex Jones is in the title, because I'm looking and there are literally two people. Yeah. So all we're going to do, I'm going to be streaming the trial, and I'm going to be commenting about what's happening in the courtroom. Just like we did with Jodi Arias, just like we did with, Halderson and Johnny Depp. Hey, Nancy Drew, welcome. So very, very strange. Nancy, did you get a notification, perhaps? Just curious. Copy. I'm almost feeling like I should probably change the title of the video. I do believe that, the words Alex Jones have been, what do they call it? Shadow banned, I think. So I'm going to put on here, Owen Shroyer. We think I usually don't do this, but we'll give it a try and see what happens. I'll be right back on YouTube. Just 1 second. All right, we'll see what happens. Oh, let me add a picture onto this. I might make it interesting, right? We will put a picture of, I think I'll put a picture of Alex Jones freaking the hell out, because that's fairly typical for Alex Jones. Okay, there we go. We got a freak out going on. That may get some attention. Okay, no, not much attention. Lots of controversy. He does always seem to know what's going on. The tinfoil hat, right? I know. You did get the notification. Okay, that's crazy. We've got like 11 people in here. That is the weirdest thing I've ever seen, Nancy. Should I get my tinfoil hat? You may need your, you may need it. It's a crazy case. I probably should tag Sandy Hook, but I don't have, I that I'm not going to exploit, um, something like that. But this trial so far has actually generated a great deal of interesting exchanges, and it's appropriate. The Nicholas Cruz, the prosecutors obviously worked with the parents and said we want maximum impact, and we have so many people in our community that have trauma, and um, I just couldn't bring myself to put something up that was so triggering. So, but this has turned out, I think, to be a pretty good trial to comment on and watch. Um, so yeah, so anything you ever wanted to know about Infowars, we're about to find out. But I'm just really surprised. It almost makes me think something is. Let me go through my YouTube. Let's see. I'm here. Oh, well, there's actually a lot of people that are live right now. Lots of people are live. Okay. That's why there's not many people here. That's okay. We'll go ahead and do it. All right. Let me get back to my. Okay. Hey, Happy Life. How are you? Okay, so we're going to go ahead and go on forward with this. Y'all feel free to share it on your social media. It's very strange that we don't have any viewers, but we don't. That's so odd. And probably being slandered again without knowing it. So, oh well. Nothing I can do about it. Okay. Um, your view. No, view tab. There it is. I just don't quite understand. Huh. Maybe YouTube decided not to allow people to really cover this trial. Could you think that could be? This is very strange. Welcome, whoever just came in. That's amazing. Okay, we're going to move forward. All right. Make sure that we got the right video up, ready to go. And why isn't it playing? It's not playing. Why isn't it playing? Interesting developments here. What? I think that YouTube has absolutely decided. Okay, I'm going to try again. Let's see what happens.
You can see how long, obviously the names, how long they are, and when they were uploaded. That's good. So I know the jury can't see this, so I'm just going to say it out loud. Up here is 17 minutes and change, uploaded an hour ago. 13 minutes and some change, uploaded 2 hours ago. 8 minutes and change uploaded an hour ago, 2 hours ago, hour ago, so forth. So, and you guys make a lot of content every single day, right?
Yes.
Have since you've been there, right?
Yes.
There's not been any limitation to your ability to make videos and put them on Infowars.com, correct?
So the prosecutor is trying to say that Alex Jones or Infowars as a whole was lying when they claimed that they were banned from the internet. He's saying you're still on the internet. You could still upload as much content as you want to. Well, the reality is that they weren't banned from the internet. He already owned space, so he could upload his videos. But where he was banned was from the services that shared his content, which, that cuts down on like new viewers and whatnot.
The videos go to banned.video. Sometimes we'll write articles that embed the video to Infowars.com.
Okay. Bannedvideo.com is owned by Free Speech Systems also, correct?
Band.video, I believe, is owned by Free Speech Systems, but I don't know that.
Okay. Point is that there's no sort of drop in ability to make content and put it on your website for your viewers to watch. Hasn't been since 2015, since you started, correct? Or 16?
For us to upload content to band.video?
Yes, sir.
No, other than tech issues on our end.
And then one of the things that really the only real source of revenue for Infowars or free speech is, can you go back, Lisa? Is your store, Infowars store, correct?
Yes.
Can you click on that? No, we got to prove we're not a robot. Put you on the spot, Lisa.
Robots deciding whether we're robots or not.
Mr. Perry, you talked pretty fast. Just try to be careful, please.
And the judge does not like the people that are on the defense side. She is clearly quite biased.
Just want to adjust a little bit if you would, Lisa. So we see we have a Diet Force deal.
Hi, Fancy Nancy. No one's getting it. No one's getting the notifications.
Some toothpaste. Is this the toothpaste that you guys claim cured COVID? Is that a different one?
No.
That's a different one?
I'm not familiar with that claim.
You're not familiar with the FDA and State Attorney General saying stop making that claim?
Could I see that claim presented in front of me?
It's not important.
Notice when
the
the guy on the stand, when he says, "Hey, I don't know what you're talking about, that our toothpaste cures COVID. Can you show that to me?" Notice that the prosecutor backed down. And, that's because they didn't make that claim. That was some of that social media kind of hyperbole that got out there. They did plenty of other offensive things. Don't get me wrong, but this, this Infowars deal, man, they draw so much attention, both positive and negative. It's fascinating to watch this trial if you're not biased. If you're not standing on either side of a pro or a con where this group is concerned, and you only look at it for the dynamics of what's the truth, this is some interesting testimony.
There's different things. There's preparedness, media, specials, gear, just different items that Infowars sells, and that is really their source of revenue, right?
Yes. Correct.
Owen Shroyer is like their lead broadcaster behind Alex.
To promote different items, right? Different things that you sell in your store, correct?
Yeah, we have breaks where we run commercials that feature our products.
Sometimes it's just live, kind of as you're going. Mr. Jones will just say, also buy this pill or supplement or whatever it may be, right?
Sure, that's referred to as a live read.
Okay. I've heard it said that about a third of the content, a third of the show, is some form of advertisement for supplements or whatever it is you guys sell. Does that seem about right to you?
No.
You think it's less?
Yeah.
25%?
Probably less.
Okay. I'm in the ballpark.
I really I mean, you're getting into math, but if I was, I'd say it's probably maybe 10, 15% of the most.
Now, Owen Shroyer is actually a decorated veteran. Um, he was a Navy SEAL. So it's going to be interesting to watch to see how the prosecutors treat him, if they treat him with respect that he deserves, or if they'll kind of use his position at Infowars to demean him and degrade him.
Lisa, you can take that one down. How long have you been hosting shows live on Infowars?
The show that I host is called The War Room. That launched in September of 2017. I would fill in as a guest host on other Infowars live shows previously to that, but that was not a regular thing.
You co-host with Mr. Jones often, correct?
I've been a guest on Alex's show, yes.
You would call it a guest whenever, let's take, for example, Tuesday
Yes,
afternoon,
he said a
while we were here in
guest.
court, you and Mr. Jones were live for 3 hours, right?
I don't remember the exact amount of time.
Aren't your segments 3 hours?
No, the segments are about 10 minutes.
You were live for 3 hours, and that's uploaded to bandvideo.com, right?
Which day are we speaking?
We're talking about Tuesday, which was the 26th. I took a screenshot of you and Alex on it. I've marked this as plaintiff's exhibit 124. It's not on the exhibit list, Your Honor, because obviously it's happening Tuesday.
Right. Thank you. 124?
Yes, sir, I was trying to get the next one.
That's fine.
Does this look like a screenshot of you and Alex, or Mr. Jones?
No, YouTube does not like Alex Jones. Nobody likes Alex Jones. Yeah.
It's 124, doesn't it?
Any objection?
No. Put that up.
Plaintiff's 124 is admitted.
Do you remember the show?
Yes.
Okay, so for 3 hours, you were on for 3 hours. Is that, see, right? I don't want to misrepresent it.
I think Tuesday I was on for 7 hours.
Sure. This show was 3 hours, and then you did another 30-minute special with just you and Mr. Jones, really, about this trial, right?
I don't recall the exact content of the discussion.
Okay. You remember yesterday having my website up and talking bad about me and my partners?
Oh.
Again, I don't recall, like I said, I was on there
Wow.
for 7 hours, so there was a lot discussed.
Okay, so the prosecutor just said, "Oh, do you remember being on 3 hours and talking bad about me on your show?" I don't think I would have done that had I been the prosecutor. I think I would have just tried my case.
Okay. So this is the studio with the TVs Ms. Carbova talked about and the fancy graphics, right?
Yes.
Because you guys are a media company, you can do fancy graphics, right?
Yes.
Oh, and then there's links to things you sell. InstaHard, that's the pill you guys sell?
I'm not too familiar with the product, it's a new one, but I guess it's a pill.
Okay. Oh, well, I'm sorry.
It is a product, though, that we sell, yes.
Fair enough. Diet Force, something you sell?
Yes.
Do you have any idea where that stuff's sourced from?
Where it's sourced?
Infowars Live?
The pills.
You mean the
The actual,
contents inside, the
pills.
ingredients?
Yeah. You know? You know if any of the stuff is approved by the FDA by chance?
I don't.
It's
You know if any of it's
supplements. It's,
tested to see if it's effective or any good at all?
Well, we
It-
test the product for ourselves.
You mean you take it?
Yes.
And you're still here, so it must be okay?
Yeah, we're free.
oh my God. Wow. That's kind of crazy, isn't it? What does that have to do with the whole Sandy Hook? What are they talking about?
Pretty much every day, well, since this trial started on Tuesday, Wednesday.
I want to remind you guys,
Yeah.
this is about
On
the
live
defamation
broadcast,
case
right.
concerning the Sandy Hook
Which
parents.
day are you not sure about?
What is this prosecutor talking about?
Saturday,
Let me show you what I marked as plaintiff. Let me show you what I marked as plaintiff 126.
Very strange. Hey, Yvette, welcome.
Thank you.
This is a
Hey, Justice
screenshot from the
Danny.
show
Good
Mr.
to see
Jones
you.
was on yesterday. So you can see the date, 7/27.
yes.
We'll move 126 in there.
Any objection?
Yes, you're on the relevance and also when this show was taped.
When this show is taped is not an objection. So relevance
Foundation.
He sells products to support his
and
channel. Yep.
126 is admitted.
You put 126 up.
I don't know. I'm having a hard time understanding though what the point
putting it up.
is. What
Point out that, Mr. Jones
what do
was
y'all
on the show
think?
yesterday.
What is this guy?
Did you know when he stormed out of court today, he went and was on the show again today?
No, I was not watching.
Okay. We could probably pull it up on the band video.
Hey,
and see.
Pink.
You can take my word for it.
I hope you have a good time when you go
In fact,
out.
he was with Mr. Barnes, who I think I saw in the courtroom. Yeah, Mr. Barnes back there, his former attorney, right?
I can't see Mr. Barnes.
He's right behind the camera.
I am so confused. What are they talking
Take your
about?
word for it. She's a perfect blockade.
Yeah, he's right there.
Or he, sorry.
Did you know that one of the first things this jury was told was Mr. Jones won't be at this trial very much because of a medical condition?
I'm unaware.
Truth is, he's not at the trial much because he's on air selling pills, right?
I'm not sure.
That's where he is when he's not here. We just established that, right?
Today,
Wow,
I
this
don't know
is so
Tuesday,
weird.
Let's talk about Tuesday and Wednesday, okay? When he wasn't
I'm
at
sorry,
trial,
y'all. This is supposed to be about Sandy Hook.
saying whatever he's saying and trying to sell pills or supplements or whatever products you guys have, correct?
I'm trying to recall correctly. I believe Monday, I don't know if he was on air Monday, and I think Tuesday he may have had pre-recorded segments that we aired. That's my best recollection of Monday and Tuesday.
If the show on Tuesday happened in court on Tuesday, it wasn't pre-recorded, right?
Okay, yeah.
Okay. You hosted with him. Can you put up 124?
Oh my God, I don't understand.
Sure, you
What are we
did this,
doing
right?
here?
That's you sitting right next to Alex Jones on 124, right?
Mo,
Yes. Sitting in the
Fast forward a little bit.
7 hours, 8 hours. I'm sorry. It's just kind of.
I understand. I know you've been here for a couple days, and I apologize for making you wait because I know you have to sit outside. How much content does Infowars make a day?
We have 10 hours of live transmissions every day, and then there might be some other reports as well.
10 hours they're live a day. That's crazy.
Sometimes.
That's an interesting answer. Can you give me a little bit of an explanation?
Sure. When I go to cover a live event at the scene, I've covered sport events, I've covered weather events, political events. I would consider that journalism when I'm live on the scene doing something. But when I'm hosting a talk show, not necessarily a journalist.
Okay. What's like saying whenever I go home and go to bed, I'm not a lawyer. I'm still a lawyer, right? Do you consider yourself
What?
a journalist by trade?
Sometimes.
Okay. Would you agree with me that it is not right for a journalist to edit video clips to fit an agenda?
Yeah, that would be bad.
It is not good practice for a journalist to take an edited video clip, not ask any questions about it, not do any fact checking, and air it. Agree with that?
Yes.
Because when you do that, mistakes are made, right?
Yes.
And when mistakes are made, people get hurt, right?
Sometimes.
Sometimes, right? That damage can be serious, right?
Sometimes.
Life-changing, right?
Sometimes.
Devastating, right?
Okay, you've already said that. How many times?
You don't consider yourself a conspiracy theorist, fair?
Sometimes.
Mr. Shroyer, I'm going to hand you a notebook. Just got this deposition report.
I just have to show my picture for conspiracy theorists. Here's my other favorite Alex Jones. Okay.
Yes.
I'm just gonna show you, because sometimes people don't know exactly.
Wait.
If you look,
There we go.
these page numbers, it's 14, 16, 15, 17, and the lines. I'm gonna orient you to a couple pages and lines, okay?
Sure.
That's a good one
Right
too,
now, if
isn't
you go
it?
to page 151,
This was my favorite one. Hey, Joan Laird. I watched a small amount yesterday. It's kind of
page 151,
I'm a little frustrated, right? It's more about
you were
like
asked,
trying to
this is
stick it to
December
Owen
2nd,
than getting to the
2021,
Sandy
you were
Hook
asked,
information.
do you think you're a conspiracy theorist? Your answer.
No.
That's what you said under oath, December of last year, right?
Yes.
Are you changing that? Have you become a conspiracy theorist in that last?
Can we
7 months?
define conspiracy theorist? I'm an admitted conspiracy theorist. I like conspiracy theories.
Yes.
I don't buy into them wholeheartedly, but they're interesting. Somebody jamming
Everyone,
out.
please remember, put every device off or on silent before you walk in the courtroom,
I'm gonna ask the question again.
or leave it somewhere else. That's what I do.
Oh, and by the
That's
way,
the
the
question.
judge,
Do you consider
she is
yourself
not a
conspiracy
happy
theorist?
camper.
No.
She's pretty
You do,
irritated.
however, consider CNN a conspiracy theorist, right?
Sometimes.
You go to page 164. I'm not gonna read the question because it's long. You can see the answer on 24, 25. You say, well, I would say CNN
Busted.
conspiracy theorist. How about that? That's what you said, right?
Yep.
Still agree with that?
Yes.
Have a good time today, Pink.
You did a show on June 25th, 2017, where you were the sole host. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. That was a Sunday, correct?
Yes.
Are
Which is
we
why
fine?
you were doing it at the time, right?
Are we finally talking about Sandy Hook?
That's why you were hosting, because it was a Sunday?
No. The Sunday Alex Jones show has been on air for a long time. I was filling in that night.
Okay. It airs from 4 to 6 Central Time.
Yes.
This is the one where you challenge whether or not Neil Heslin ever held his son. Yes, right?
No, I challenge that the videos presented didn't add up and that Megyn Kelly had done harm to the story being removed from the public consciousness. It just caused it to be brought up again.
I'm not going to quibble about you because we're going to watch it. It is the show about Neil Heslin and whether or not he held Jesse in his arms, right? That's what the show's about, or that segment's about. Not the whole
At
show.
least the last 4 minutes, yeah.
It was the last 4 minutes
I believe so, yes.
of the 4 to 6.
Yes.
Okay. This show was on Infowars.
I
correct?
agree, Nancy.
The Free Speech Systems is the one that's publishing that, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, they love the big beards.
Before
I
we
think
did
it
that
came
show,
from
you
Duck
had
Dynasty.
No idea who Neil Heslin was, right?
Correct.
You were, I mean, you didn't care who you were talking about, right?
No.
Yes, what I just said is correct. You didn't care who you're talking about.
Can you rephrase the question or repeat it?
Did you care who you were talking about?
Yes.
Did he care? Is
Did
that
you
what?
care that you were talking about Neil Heslin?
Yes.
Why don't you go to page 110 in your deposition?
Okay, so let me.
You know you're under oath here, right?
Yes.
Okay. You know
I'm
you're under
gonna
oath,
Google
you gave the
something real
deposition, right?
fast here.
Thank you. Line 3 through 6, I'll read the question. Okay, so you didn't care who you were talking about. What was your answer?
I was just covering a story that
Yeah.
was given to me.
That's what I
You
thought.
didn't care who you were talking about. Didn't matter, right?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay. You were handed the story while you were on air live. You ran with it, right?
Yes.
You did 0 to determine if it was accurate, right?
Correct.
You did no vetting of the story at all, correct?
Correct.
You did nothing to determine if it was a joke or a parody, right? There are video clips in it. You didn't watch them, right? Were you playing them?
Right.
How many people do you think were watching that day? Millions? Tens of millions?
I don't know.
How many people do you think were watching that day?
100,000.
You know the reach. You're going to sit there under oath and say a couple 100,000?
Well, I'm under oath to tell the truth, and the truth is I don't know.
Okay. You don't know. You know it's over a million. You know it's closer to 10 million, right?
No, I don't know that.
Okay. You didn't check the source, right?
You're referring to Zero Hedge?
Right. You didn't check the source. You didn't check the author.
Well, I mean, I saw it said Zero Hedge on it.
Okay. That's the website, right?
Yes.
That's not where it originated from, though, right?
Well, to me it was.
Wasn't the question. It's not where it originated from, right?
Well, it was published on Zero Hedge. That's where I saw it. But obviously, I understand the author was, I believe, something called 0 Point Now.
Right. You think it's his real name?
I doubt it.
Right. So somebody called 0 Point Now writes something on a website called iBankCoin, which is then picked up by Zero Hedge. You do absolutely nothing to determine if any words in this have any accuracy at all, and you play it on air and make comments about it, right?
Yes.
Let's play 23. PDX 23. It's in evidence, John.
Interesting, right? Oh, that's loud. Sorry about that. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit.
So, folks, now here's another story. You know, I don't even know if Alex knows about this, to be honest with you. Alex, if you're listening and you want to, or if you just want to know what's going on, Zero Hedge has just published a story. Megyn Kelly fails to fact-check Sandy Hook father's contradictory claim in Alex Jones' hit piece. Now, again, this broke, I think it broke today. I don't know what time, but featured in Megyn Kelly's expose, Neil Heslin, a father of one of the victims, during the interview described
he's
what
the
happened
father
the day
of
the
Jesse
shooting.
Lewis.
And basically what he said, the statement he made, fact checkers on this have said cannot be accurate. He's claiming that he held his son and saw the bullet hole in his head. That is his claim. Now, according to a timeline of events and a coroner's testimony, that is not possible. And so one must look at Megyn Kelly and say, Megyn, I think it's time for you to explain this contradiction in the narrative. Because this is only going to fuel the conspiracy theory that you're trying to put out, in fact. So, and here's the thing, too. You would remember, let me see how long these clips are. You would remember if you held your dead kid in your hands with a bullet hole. That's not something that you would just misspeak on. So let's roll the clip first. Neil Heslin telling Megyn Kelly of his experience with his kid.
At Sandy Hook Elementary School, one of the darkest chapters in American history was a hoax.
I lost my son. I buried my son. I held my son with a bullet hole through his head.
Neil
That's
Heston's
so
son
sad.
Jesse, just 6 years old, was murdered, along with 19 of his classmates and 6 adults, on December 14th, 2012, in Newtown, Connecticut.
I dropped him off at 9:04. That's when we dropped him off at school with his book bag. Hours later, I was picking him up in a body bag.
Okay, so making a pretty extreme claim that would be a very thing vivid in your memory, holding his dead child. Now, here is an account from the coroner that does not corroborate with that narrative.
We did not bring the bodies and the families into contact. We took pictures of them, of their facial features. You have it's easier on the families when you do that. There is a time and a place for up close and personal in the grieving process. But to accomplish this, we felt it would be best to do it this way, and you can sort of you can control the situation depending on your photographer. I have very good photographers, but
It's got to be hard not to have been able to actually see her.
Well, at first I thought that, and I had questioned maybe wanting to see her.
Okay, so just another question that people are now going to be asking about Sandy Hook. The conspiracy theorists on the internet out there that have a lot of questions that are yet to get answered.
It is
I mean, you
awful,
say what you want
Yvette.
about the event. That's
It
just a
is.
fact. So there's another one. Will there be a clarification from Heslin or Megyn Kelly? I wouldn't hold your breath. So now they're
And
fueling the
you know,
conspiracy theory claims.
let me
Unbelievable.
quiet
We'll
it
be right
down
back
a
with
little
more.
bit. You know, that was such a horrific day. Control the coroner was just trying to, you know, he was in survival mode and trying to accomplish what had to be done, right? And you know what was so traumatizing for all the first responders, for even the doctors and nurses were completely traumatized. So you can't really hold that coroner to his exact words. I mean, we don't really know what he was addressing, you know. But you can't call the parent of a grieving kid a liar. At the same time, which is one reason that people are looking at this trial. At the same time, you also can't stop people reporting news. So this is very interesting. This interesting trial, but really controversial.
Because you don't think you called Bill Hudson a liar, right?
I didn't.
Right after you ran that piece, and we'll get to that part. Right after we ran that piece, you ran a commercial trying to sell Z-Shield toxic metal and chemical defense support, right?
Stop. It's not about their products. That's ridiculous.
Free speech systems, right after they had you say the things that you said about Neil.
Yeah,
Right after
I
that,
agree,
They
Joe.
ran a commercial.
The
for a
commercial
product that
doesn't
they sell on
matter.
their website called Z-Shield,
That's a red herring you're using. Stop it.
right?
Address what
Because
they did wrong.
Infowars is actually an infomercial, right?
No.
I want to look at the source. Can you put up PX20, which is in evidence? This is the article.
Is this from Zero Hedge?
If it's useful to you,
I believe Zero Hedge is
And,
owned by a physician who became a like a political
have forward your notebook there.
like a political
Can
action.
you blow up where it says
Committee.
Yeah. Can you blow up where it says?
It is deflection. It's designed to incite emotion rather than actually talk about what was done that was wrong.
Originally published
right?
At ibankcoin.com. You see that?
Agreed, Brittany. 100% agreed.
It's also on your screen.
Yes, it's true.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
It may be easier that way.
I see that, yes.
Okay. That is not a reliable source. You and I can agree on that, right?
Yes.
Okay. The author we've talked about before, didn't Willie set this up on the top? By 0 point now. You have no idea who that is, right?
No.
You have no idea if they're a reliable source or not, right?
No.
You never heard of that person before.
Or at least so, no.
Pseudonym or whatever it may be, right? You definitely never run a story by 0 point now before, correct?
I don't believe so.
This was republished, as you said, by a website called Zero Hedge, right?
Yes.
Also, not a reliable source, correct?
Sometimes it is.
Sometimes it isn't, right?
Perhaps.
So let me ask you this: if you get something from a source and you look and say, you know, this source sometimes is reliable, sometimes they're way out there and unreliable. Isn't it incumbent on you to check it and do some sort of vetting before you put it on air?
Yes, I could have done a better job.
You could have done a job, right? You did nothing. You could have done something, right?
Well, I was live on air at the time, so it was given to me and I covered it.
Is it an
So-
excuse to say
so-
I didn't have time?
So
Is that an
Heslin did
excuse?
not say that he held
Are you-
his
Mr.
son.
Heslin? Is that an excuse to you? I just didn't have time?
Can you repeat or rephrase the question?
Is it an excuse to say I didn't have time? Is that a proper excuse to go defame somebody?
Is that what they're saying? That the
Is it a
dad
proper
did not
excuse
say that
to
he
devastate?
said that he held
I just didn't
Jesse?
have time.
I don't
Me
agree
too,
with that.
Brittany.
Which part? That he was
The
devastated?
majority are not going to pass the motions. I want to be
That I had
clear. This
even
case
if
is
I had
heartbreaking.
time,
Absolutely, Brittany. I'm with you.
So it would never run. It comes to me, I'm on air. and
Time is of the essence, is what you're saying. Got to get that news story going now, right? Got to get to the end to sell the metal ions, right?
whether I
It's
cover
not
the
about
story
the
or not,
advertising.
run.
Well, the difference is whether you covered it or not is if we're sitting here today. That's the difference, right?
Can you repeat the question?
The difference is it doesn't destroy these people if you don't run the story, right?
Are you trying to silence the news, sir?
That PowerPoint's up. I think we can agree on some points that we agree on. Before you ran the story, you had one never heard of Mr. Heslin. Correct?
Yes.
Not gonna work this time. Never heard of Mr. Heslin, correct?
Correct.
You did nothing to fact check the accuracy of this report or story, correct?
Correct.
You didn't watch the video clips, right?
Not prior to the second.
Did Infowars cut those clips?
I do not know.
So editors Infowars, as far as you know, could have been the one who cut those clips. You know they were cut, right?
It's my understanding that they were cut by whoever published the story.
You know they were cut, right?
Well, yeah, the video clips.
Yeah. You know this the interview, and we're going to get to it with Dr. Carver, the medical examiner. That's 15 and a half minutes long, right?
I don't know that.
You know it's a lot longer than what was showed on that story, right?
Yes.
Okay. You know the family, the McDonald family that lost their daughter Grace. You understand that?
Okay.
You believe that?
Do I believe what?
That they lost their daughter Grace?
Yes.
Okay. You know that was a long interview with Anderson Cooper, right?
Again, I was not familiar with the interview prior.
What is
Do
the
you, sitting
point of
on
what
this
he's
seat right now,
saying?
know that interview with Anderson Cooper was significantly longer than what was played.
I will take your word for it.
Do you know that her answer, Miss McDonald's answer, was actually cut off and did answer? There's a lot more to that answer that explains what she's saying.
No.
Did you know that what she's saying is she didn't want to open the casket at the funeral home to bring all the toys that she brought for Grace to put them in there because she wanted to remember the way she looked when she went to school that day. You know that?
But
No,
that's
no.
not Jesse Heslin,
She didn't do
Neil
anything to
Heslin.
find out, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the prosecutor, okay, so I'm confused because he was questioning about the comment about Neil Heslin, who had said that he dropped his child off at school and then he picked him up in a body bag and that he held his child that was, shot. And then Infowars showed a clip of the medical examiner saying that they did not allow the parents to see the children. And I take issue with that because I agree. I don't, whatever the medical examiner chooses to say in a kind of thrown together last minute press conference in the middle of all this trauma and violence and chaos, I don't think anyone would hold that up as, oh, look, we have evidence from one simple statement. I think that's unfair and disingenuous. I was thinking, I thought they were going to make the case that Neil Heslin never said that. But now they're talking about Grace. So did I miss something? Can y'all explain it? Did I miss a piece of this? Nobody wants to tell me if I missed, I thought I was paying attention. Um, I don't want to go back and replay it because it moves so slow. This prosecutor is very, very slow in his questioning, and he's talking about a lot of things that are consequential to the question at hand. Um, there's a link. Anybody that might want to come up and kind of talk about this as we're going through this. But I'm confused how we went from Jesse Lewis to Grace. I'm confused.
You may not have even actually read the article before you put it up, right? Started just kind of reading as you're going.
I don't recall for sure, but yeah, could be the case.
You'd never heard of I Bank Point, right?
Yes.
And you'd never heard of the author 0 Point Now, correct?
Yes.
Despite that, you had no problem putting that on the air, right?
Yes.
You have testified, I think you just tried to say it again earlier. You don't believe you called Neil Hessen a liar, right?
Yes.
I want to play a couple of clips out of this. Let's be clear. That piece and what you say in it is Neil Heslin did not hold his son, right?
I don't believe I said that.
That's what the message is. Let's take the full message, whether it come from the article, the clips, or you. The message is Neil Heslin never held Jesse, right?
No.
What's the message?
The message is that the intention of Megyn Kelly to bury these conspiracy theorists failed miserably, and it's going to make it worse.
So we know this, right? This we can agree on. Alex Jones was angry at Megyn Kelly for that piece that ran, right? On him.
I don't know. I'm sure that Alex Jones was unhappy that he was lied to by Megyn Kelly.
He was pissed.
I mean, yeah, he was lied to.
Right. So he wanted to get retaliation to Megyn Kelly, right?
No.
If he had to stomp on Neil Heslin on the way to do it, so be it, right? That's what happened. What you had to try to say, because what you're not saying is that Neil Heslin lost his son and he just didn't hold him. That's a lie. What you're saying is he's a crisis actor who forgot his lines.
What?
That's what you're saying.
I never
What?
said that.
That's the message.
No.
What?
Because to say it's a hoax, you have to say all these people are actors. And when you find
That
glitch in the matrix,
prosecutor
somebody says
just
something a little bit wrong,
put words
you
in
think,
he hasn't proven that anyone said that. That's crazy.
That he's an actor, right?
No, I never said he was an actor. I never said it was a hoax.
Hey, video clip one, please.
This is really, really crazy.
He's claiming that he held his son and saw the bullet hole in his head. That is his claim. Okay, so making a pretty extreme claim that would be a very thing vivid in your memory, holding his dead child.
Those are two parts that are spliced together, but the point is both times you say he's claiming, right?
Yes.
Right. So that's like you're saying maybe it happened, maybe it didn't. That's his claim. Not that it happened. He's claiming it happened, right?
Well, yeah, that's what he claimed. I'm not doubting that. I never said that he was a liar.
To be clear, I just want to make sure I understand this perfectly. When you 3 times say he's claiming it, and then show evidence that you say refutes it, you're saying you're not doubting.
I didn't show evidence that refuted his claim. I showed evidence that was presented to me that says this doesn't add up.
You don't think an edited
But he
clip
didn't call
of
anybody a
Warner
crisis actor.
the parents were never united with the kids, and a clip of a mom saying, I didn't get to see the child, is evidence to refute his claims that he held Jesse. That's what your testimony is. Under oath to these 14 folks, 16 folks.
Can you repeat the question?
I'll try. You're saying that playing the coroner's clip saying that the parents and the children are never united, and also playing a mother's interview where she said she did not get to see her daughter Grace. Right after you say he claims to help Jesse, you don't say that that's evidence that he's not being truthful?
No. And what was in my head that day was never that. The only thing that was in my head that day was questioning Megyn Kelly because she lied to Alex about what she was doing there. And then here, the conspiracy theory that she was trying to bury is rearing its ugly head again. I could have done a much better job that day. Absolutely. I probably should have known more about those videos and that story before I ran it. But I never called Mr. Heslin a liar. I never said Sandy Hook didn't happen. I never said that they were crisis actors.
Sustained.
They said it was non-responsive.
You just said it was. You just said it was to get back at Megyn Kelly because she lied to Alex Jones. That's what you just said, right?
Okay.
That's what this was about. Is to get back at Megyn Kelly. And if you stomp on some people on the way, who cares? You didn't even know who he was, right?
I wasn't trying to stomp on anybody.
It's not a matter of what you're trying to do. It's the result that matters, right?
Well, don't you have to have intent
Do we
in a
begin
court of
what's
law?
the result of what?
You have to have an intent that you want to hurt someone. That's the whole idea with malice, right? Yeah, Yvette, it feels
So,
really
and
uncomfortable
here's the
to
thing,
me.
You would remember, I want to see how long these clips are. You would remember if you held your dead kid in your hands with a bullet hole. That's not something that you would just misspeak on.
You're saying he misspoke.
No, I said you wouldn't misspeak.
Okay. So what you're saying is Neil Heslin was telling the truth the whole time. That's your position. That's what this whole piece, from start to finish, the message anybody should get is that Neil Heslin is telling the truth.
I am taking a neutral approach to this, and I'm simply saying that is a serious memory in your head that you would not forget.
And then you challenge that it ever happened. Because you say the parents weren't allowed to see their kids, right? You put on evidence that the parents weren't allowed to see the kids, right?
I played a clip of the coroner saying that the kids weren't released or that the bodies weren't released, so just as easily you can infer that the coroner was lying.
And then you played a family, a grieving mother who said that she wanted to see her child and decided not to, right?
Yes, that clip follows.
And you cut it off whenever you explained what it was actually talking about, right?
I did not edit that clip.
Somebody did, you played.
Yes,
You don't know who edited it, right? I mean,
no,
could have been somebody at Free Speech, could have been somebody else.
I don't know.
Okay. Couple more.
Wow,
questions,
it's so
but you go to
it's
the
so
full one,
sad,
you stop
isn't
at
it?
43 seconds.
Can you just tell me which exhibit we're
Sure, I'm
on?
sorry. Yeah, it's the same.
I think
It's the
the
same
judge is like me. I think
23.
she's going,
PPX 23.
who exactly are we addressing in this moment? It's a bit, I'm having a hard time following the prosecutor. Now, make no mistake, this judge is definitely no nonsense. And she doesn't like the defense. I mean, but it's Alex Jones. So
Featured
who
in
does, you know?
Megyn Kelly's expose.
Two things I want to point out. You see this 3 shares?
Yes,
All right, this isn't an article that's sort of breaking the internet, right?
I guess not.
All right. You see the time it was published, 3:35 p.m.?
Yes,
That was the same day, right?
Yeah.
That's probably Eastern time, what do you think?
I don't know.
Okay, let's call it 3:35 Central, make it more favorable. You said you published this around 5:55, right?
I believe so.
So Infowars, somebody, your folks in the back, I don't know what you call them, writers or editors, whoever it may be, had hours to try to fact check this before they handed it to you, right?
Not necessarily. They might not have seen it till 5:35.
Okay, so they had 20 minutes.
They might not have seen it till 5:55.
All right, they just printed it hot off the presses and do it here?
Most likely, yes.
Okay. We saw with this Karpova earlier today, in fact, the defense played a clip of Alex Jones saying that he gives his sincere condolences to the family. Are you familiar with that clip?
I have heard Alex Jones apologize and basically correct himself many times.
Let's be clear, that was not an apology. An apology is, I'm sorry for what I did. Sincere condolences is not an apology. It's something, but it's not an apology, right? If I said, I'm sorry for your loss, I'm not apologizing to you. Fair?
That sounds like an apology to me.
if you lost a loved one, and I came over and I said, Mr. Shroyer, I'm really sorry for your loss. It's not an apology.
I would say it is.
What am I apologizing for? If your loved one died and I said, Mr. Shroyer, I'm sorry for your loss, what am I apologizing for?
You were sympathetic that I'm grieving.
Sure. It's different than an apology. An apology is if I knock over your bag and I say, "Man, I'm sorry, I knocked over your bag. I feel bad about that." Right? I did it. Right? I'm not gonna get this.
I'm glad because I'm getting confused again. Hey, David Vogel, welcome.
Where Alex Jones says, "I am sincere condolences to the families."
You know, one thing that stands out to me,
It's just the same.
did y'all hear how he said that Owen Shroyer called Neil Heslin a crisis actor, and you know, Shroyer just jumped back and said, "Oh no, I never ever said that." I mean, he was really passionate about that and said no. The prosecutor said, "Oh, you claimed that your toothpaste cures COVID," and Shroyer said, "I don't know about that. Can you show that to me, that claim?" And the prosecutor backed away. I don't understand why the defense attorney, I don't understand why he's not objecting to these things, because he's just inserting things, I think, that are designed to be kind of insightful, you know, like to try to create emotion in the jury, but they're not accurate. He clearly doesn't have evidence of what he's saying. So I'm having a hard time understanding that this is a weird, I'm going to tell y'all, I don't understand what's happening in this courtroom. That's the truth.
Video that you asked me about.
Same one, right? I'm just trying to figure out if you're familiar with
I am not an Alex Jones. I don't watch Infowars. I don't watch it. Hey, see my tutu. How are you doing?
Familiar with the exact
We are deep in the conspiracy theory world. See my tutu.
But it was before this. Okay, take my word for that.
We decided to take a bite of the proverbial apple.
Play the fact checkers clip.
So here we are
This is still part of the same.
with Mr. Owen Shroyer.
Basically, what he said, the statement he made, fact checkers on this have said cannot be accurate.
Who are the fact checkers?
I'm not sure. I'm looking over this right now. It may have been, that text may have been in the story, that phrase fact checkers.
Taylor.
But
Mr. Troy, we got time. The article's not long. If you want to read it and find out, I'm happy for you, or I can point you to where I think you want to look.
okay, would you?
Yeah, if you look at page 2, would you put this up, Melissa? This is PX20.
I'm going to tell y'all this. I do not like the prosecutor. I don't like how he's not just following the law. He's being kind of like a mean girl, snarky. And you know me, I like snarky. It's fun sometimes, but this is very, this is a court of law. And not only is it a court of law, but this is about Sandy Hook. And Sandy Hook was as devastating as what happened in Uvalde and what happened at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, Columbine. So this should be handled with dignity, not games. You know what I mean?
It says Jim Fetzer, professor emeritus at University of Minnesota.
Jim Fetzer is a professor. He's got a PhD. He's an intelligent man. And he was railroaded and badly maligned.
That's most likely what I was referring to, yes. Okay.
He was fired from Minnesota for his stuff on Sandy Hook, wasn't he? You know that?
I did not know that at the time. I do understand that he no longer is employed at that university.
The book, Sandy Hook, with this, I'm sorry, This book's not called Sandy Hook Stage, it's called Nobody Died in Sandy Hook. You know that, right?
No, I'm unfamiliar.
Wasn't it on the Infowars website as a PDF?
I'm not sure.
Thank you.
So,
Oh.
just to orient the jury, this is June 25th, 2017, you ran the story, right?
Yes.
Okay. Lisa, you put up PX 73. You blow up the whole email if you could. You know who Paul Watson is, right?
Yes.
Remember what his title was in 2015 or 2016?
What do you mean by title?
What was his job? He worked for Infowars. What was his job?
I believe he was the editor-in-chief.
Okay. Let's see what he says in an email on December 17, 2015. So about 6 months before you run that story. I'm going to read this along and see if I read it right. This Sandy Hook stuff is killing us. It's promoted by the most batshit crazy people like Rince and Fetzer, who all hate us anyway. Plus, it makes us look really bad to align with people who harass the parents of dead kids. It's going to hurt us with Drudge and bringing bigger names into the show. Plus, the event happened 3 years ago. Why even risk our reputation for it? I read that right?
Yes.
And you see it up there that said, send this to Alex, right?
Yes.
You understand that to mean this is the message he sent to Alex, and he's now sending to Buckley, Anthony at Infowars, right?
Yes.
6 months before you ran your story, Infowars knew that Fetzer was not a well name, right?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
6 months before you ran your story, who the fact checker in the story was Fetzer. 6 months before you did that, Infowars knew that he was not a well name, right? Here are. Oh, I looked at it wrong. My bad. So I'm sorry. A year and a half. My fault. Not 6 months. A year and a half before. A year and a half before you ran your story, Infowars knew that Fetzer was not well, right?
Yeah, I mean, clearly via this email, Paul Joseph Watson did not trust Fetzer and called him batshit crazy.
And there was an email that went out that said, "Stop this. Let's stop with this Sandy Hook stuff," right?
Yes.
But you didn't, right?
I never saw this email.
I didn't say you saw this email. You clearly saw the one that said, "Stop with the Sandy Hook stuff," right?
No, I just told you I've never seen this email.
Not this email. Was there a message, email, smoke signal, memo, whatever it may be, that said, "Stop it" at Infowars with the Sandy Hook stuff?
I believe those memos may have gone around. I don't exactly recall though.
That didn't happen, no. There was more videos, and then there was yours. It's 2017, right?
Yes.
Can you play the Carver video? So before you play it, this is the clip from Dr. Carver, the medical examiner. And you can hear his answer well. I'm going to turn this as loud as I can. I want you to try to hear the question that he's answering. Okay? Have you ever thought about that? Have you ever considered it?
I'm not sure.
You don't know if you've ever heard the question that he's actually answering?
I don't recall.
Oh, it's part of saying that they're going to.
It's not for me. I mean, it is for me, but
You
it's
got
for
it.
the record too.
Right.
So this
So
is
this is-
your video, plaintiff's video 23.
Yes, PBX.
And it's loud. It's already prepared.
Turn it down right after the question. We may have listened to it a few times. I'll tell you what, I'm actually going to tell you what the question is, and then you can just, it'll help you hear. You actually know what it is. The question is, what shape were the bodies in when the families were brought forward to identify? Okay.
We did not bring the bodies and the families into contact. We took pictures of them,
Right.
of their facial features. You have, it's easier on the families when you do that. There is a time and a place for up close and personal in the grieving process. But to accomplish this, we felt it would be best to do it this way, and you can sort of you can control the situation depending on your photographer. And I have very good photographers, but
This sound like the question that I said?
It sounded like it.
Okay, it's close. It's something about how were these children's bodies? What condition were they in?
They were in horrible
That
condition.
was the question being asked, right?
It's tough to hear, but something like that.
Right. Do you think the state of Connecticut just somehow wouldn't allow parents to ever be reunited with their kids after they were murdered? Is that a real thought you have?
No.
I'm not sure.
What is that?
You think that's possible?
That doesn't have anything to do with your original
That the state of
question.
Connecticut just wouldn't give the bodies of murdered children back to their parents for the mourning and grieving process?
I'm not sure the process of coroners receiving, retrieving dead bodies, and the process of that getting released. All I had was that clip.
And in the clip, what Dr. Carver says is to accomplish this. What is the this he's talking about?
The crime scene.
I'm not sure.
Processing the crime scene.
Kids and matching them up with their parents, right?
Yeah.
Do you think it would be wise to have a morgue full of 20 dead first graders and bring parents in and say, go find your child?
No, it would be awful.
Or is it a little bit better practice to have photographs and try to do it that way?
Yes.
I have no idea. I've never worked with a coroner. I don't know that process.
Which one makes more sense, Mr. Shroyer?
Again, I don't know. Maybe it's harder to identify with a picture. Maybe it's harder to identify a body. You're asking me a line of work I have zero experience in.
You never listened to the whole video, the whole interview.
Oh, I bet he did.
I believe so.
I bet he did. I can't believe that he didn't.
If you look at tab 6 in your book,
We all listened, didn't we?
Tab 6.
We all listened to everything about Sandy Hook
I'm not going to introduce this. I'm going to just show it to you.
because we were traumatized as a nation.
I'll orient you to something.
I mean, it was one of the worst things we'd ever seen or vicariously experienced. It was horrible.
I have the whole video, and I don't think we need to listen to it. But what I did is just a screenshot it and blew up the little stamp at the end. It shows 1528. You see that?
Yes.
Does that help show you that the whole video is 15 minutes and 28 seconds?
I'll trust your word for it.
All right, can I just screw up as a demonstrative? Your Honor?
Any objection?
No objection. Your Honor.
Yeah, 125. You edited out what?
Right, Yvette, I agree.
There was a part edited out of what? Maybe 30 seconds, 45 seconds?
Something around there, yes.
And we still haven't gotten to that original. Oh, you called the parents crisis actors. He made that claim, but he hasn't even addressed it. Now he's talking about something that
Found that video.
I'm
What was being discussed, right?
I don't understand what he's doing.
When do you mean?
When you heard it.
No.
You don't think that video is available when you aired it?
It
Available.
might have been available, but I'm saying I never had access to it, and I had 4 minutes left until break, and that was all the videos I had.
4 minutes left until the ion, metal ion, whatever pills.
Get break.
Oh my goodness. Those pills don't matter, prosecutor. You are detracting from the whole meat of this case. That prosecutor is being
Testified
ridiculous.
that this was available. It was on, it was,
Hey, Miss
you could have
Catherine,
found it if
welcome.
you went and looked for it, right? You're not disputing that. The full interview with the coroner. is available.
Okay.
Oh my God, Tutu,
You're
that's
reading it, right?
awful.
Well, again, I don't know that, but I'm taking your word for it.
Okay. Well, if you could, look at your deposition on page 110, line 14. The question that you're asked is, because available was the whole coroner's press conference. True, what's your answer?
Where's this?
110, line 14 through 16. I'll read my question again. Because available was the whole coroner's press conference. True.
My answer was not to me, but it was out
It was available if somebody just looked, right?
there. Yes.
He read his answer.
This whole story is wrong because you didn't know the clip from the interview with the coroner was edited. That's fair, right?
Yeah, the zero hedge story, I had that clipped out.
Let me ask you that question again, and I'm getting on responsible.
Sustain.
the whole story you ran, the free speech system put out on the air to however many people would watch it, and then probably loaded it up somewhere. That whole story was wrong because you did not know the clip from the interview of the coroner was edited, right?
I don't understand the question, I'm sorry.
What you aired is wrong. It's wrong, right? It's not a correct.
It was wrong.
The whole
No,
piece was wrong.
no,
More specific for me?
he said, the coroner said what he said.
This timeline of events and fact checkers is all wrong. Not true. Factually inaccurate. Fair?
I wouldn't admit to that, Owen.
Yeah, I'd say that it's my recollection that the timeline presented in that story was inaccurate now.
And the story was wrong because you didn't know that the interview with the coroner was edited, right?
Correct.
You were just, like you said a second ago, in too much of a hurry to get that on the air, to do that, right?
No, it wasn't a hurry. It was just a new story was brought to me and I covered it.
And in the process, hurt real people. Understand?
You know, here's the deal, y'all. We've got all these channels on YouTube that we take stories from newspapers and television shows, and we assume, I guess, that the information that's in a newspaper or that's in a television program, we assume that that's verified information, right? So like my work that I'm doing with Joshua Allwine, I couldn't just say what I learned without getting a second backup because it wasn't being reported anywhere. So it wasn't being reported. I had to make sure there were two independent people that knew that information to be accurate, which was what the last 2 days have been crazy with all the phone calls, right? So I finally verified that Joshua Allwine was in fact in Florida when they did the search warrant on the 15th. So, so I'm okay on my Joshua Allwine story. You know, I didn't want to get in trouble because Disney is connected to this thing. But if we take something like right now from Law and Crime, or I go to the ABC News site and take an article, I am assuming that they have done their due diligence, right? I'm assuming that what's being handed to me, because I'm reporting something that's being put out by an actual news organization, I'm making an assumption that it's good information. And is that what Owen Shroyer did? Did he, when he was handed this, was he simply reporting what was handed to him that was already on another website? And how different is that than the Steele dossier, right? The Steele dossier is going to turn out, if what he did that day with the Neil Heslin story, if that turns out to be a big problem, then the Steele dossier is like this problem on steroids. So this case right now, even though it's Alex Jones, people make a lot of fun of him. Can we be honest? He's a little bit crazy. Here's exhibit number 1. Here's exhibit number 2. And I've had people make ugly videos about me when I'm being overly animated, so I get it. Here he is in his younger years. Here he is when he's overwhelmed. I mean, when I say that he's, kind of known for being a little bit out there, he is. So even though the case is about what a lot of people would call a crazy man, the fact is that this could go a long way to taking away what we're able to talk about on the internet. We don't know how far they're willing to go. We already see this guy trying to put words into Owen Shroyer's mouth, saying you called Neil Heslin a crisis actor, which he did not. And I'm saying he did not because so far prosecutor hasn't given us any evidence that he called him a crisis actor. He's outright denied it in a very firm way. So I'm going to assume he didn't, or the prosecutor would have shown the evidence. And the judge is allowing this shenanigans to go on. So it makes me a little nervous about what we do on YouTube. How are we going to, people like me, that talk about stories and cases in the news, and then I may speculate. I'm clear. I'm not stating that my ideas are fact. I'm being clear that it's speculation. But this could have really, really, really big impact on the online news, whether it's YouTube or it's Twitter. This could have a really big effect, a really big impact. So try to overlook the fact that it's Alex Jones and all of that, craziness. But it is a bit. This is an important trial, in my opinion. If you guys think this is an important trial, put a 1. I'm just curious if I'm overthinking it. That's why news outlets are able to retract stories or parts of stories. Don't fall asleep. Don't fall asleep, Tutu. That would be horrible. Some people hold grudges. Prosecutors don't like that he talked bad about him. That's how I started earlier. Uh-oh. I've stopped working. Wonder why. Houston, we have a problem. Let me, we will try again, shall we? We don't know if we got blocked by Law and Crime. I don't know why we would have been blocked. Let's try again and see where we go with this. Anyway, what do y'all think? Do y'all think this is a case, a trial that could have some really important impact on what we do here online?
I feel awful for grieving parents from that horrific event.
That is not what I asked you. In the process of hurrying up and putting that story out to a worldwide broadcast, you hurt real people. Do you understand that sitting here right now today?
I'm sorry if that hurt anybody. And it's hard for me to accept that as we're continuing to talk about it. For me to say, understand this hurt someone, but yet we just keep talking about it. So we're just going to keep hurting people.
You think they shouldn't exercise their rights to the court system because that might hurt them, just let you off. That's what you think?
No, never said that.
You still don't care, do you?
I do care.
You don't care if these folks were hurt by what you did.
I'm very upset if I caused any further grievance. I'm very upset that this continues, and I hope that their grieving can end sometime.
If you were if in there, didn't you?
Well, I would imagine going through this process has to still hurt.
You signed an affidavit in this case. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You pull up PX14, and before you do, Your Honor, believe it as evidence, but I want to confirm.
Affidavit number
PX14, sorry.
14 is in evidence.
It's tab 2 in your book. Lisa, we'll pull up to the.
Oh, I'm sorry. You asked me about y'all's numbering system, not a video. Let me double check. I looked at the wrong thing. Okay, 14 is in evidence. Yes.
Got it. If you look a couple pages in where your signature line is, see that part that says sworn to?
Yes.
Let me just ask you an easier way. You know, when you do an affidavit, that's sworn testimony, right?
Yes.
Under penalty of perjury, right? I want to look at paragraph 10, please. Page 1, page 4. You're discussing the broadcast and what you did. And you say, I then played the referenced, unaltered, widely distributed video clip of a news conference with the medical examiner cited in which he told reporters that parents were not given access to their children. Unaltered?
Yes.
That is inaccurate.
No, there's
Right.
nothing altered about that clip.
I just showed you the clip's 15 minutes and change, right?
That's a different clip.
Okay. What you're saying is you just took whatever 0 Point Now did and did whatever he wanted to do, right?
I'm saying that the clip that you played at the corner was not altered. It may have been cut out of a larger clip, but that clip itself was not altered. At least I'm not aware of it.
If I take a clip and take a piece out of it, haven't I altered the clip?
No, you just
By,
made a new clip.
okay, so by unaltered, what you mean is you didn't like dub over it, something like that?
Yes.
Take that down with us. I want to play one more, well, actually a couple more parts from PBX 23.
So I'm just curious. Have you guys already been watching this? Were y'all watching it live last week? If you would have been watching this live, put a 1.
Not to have been able to actually see her.
Well, at first I thought that, and I had questioned maybe wanting to see her.
Early on, I asked you the question. It is
Joan,
not right.
Joan and Emma are watching it live. Okay, Yvette is watching it live.
You
Interesting.
know that clip was edited to fit an agenda, right?
Not at the time.
I didn't ask you about it.
I still don't know that.
You don't, okay. You've never seen the full transcript?
No.
Okay. Plaintiff's Exhibit 19 is under tab 3. This is the transcript of the whole article with Anderson. Now read the Plaintiff's Exhibit 19 and others.
Any objection?
Authentication, yeah.
Your Honor, from the CNN website, we're obviously not offering truth of the matter, sir. We're just showing him that he edited the clip.
Right, so his objection is authentication, not hearsay. So do you have something to show me where it came from?
I don't believe it.
Okay,
Your Honor, can I read the rest of that answer, or have him read the rest of the answer to that question then?
who read the rest of the answer to what question?
I'm sorry, Ms. McDonald's answer that was cut off in the clip that he played, we have the rest of the answer.
Do you have the video? You only have a transcript.
We're unable to ever find the video.
And, okay. And
What?
You got the transcript from the CNN website?
Our expert.
Wait a minute. How can you have a transcript without a
I
clip?
think we might need to wait for the expert and then bring it back up.
No, you've got, oh no, that would have, no. I don't like
Mr.
that.
Shroyer, have you seen the full
No,
video?
You can't just give a typed
Do you, Mr. Shroyer,
transcript
understand
without the
what
clip.
she was saying
No.
About seeing her child was in the funeral home. That the McDonald family, what they did is they brought Grace's things that she loved, seashells.
Right.
They brought sunglasses. They brought a Taylor Swift album for Christmas. She loved a frying pan. She loved to cook. And they were going to put it in the casket with Grace. But they didn't because they didn't want to see her body like that. So they gave it to the funeral director. You understand that's what she's saying right there?
Yes.
I was unaware of that.
That would be an important thing to know, right? Before you run a piece like that?
Yes.
Obviously, she saw her child, right?
I don't know.
No, she didn't see her.
That's a bad question.
She didn't see her. She herself says she chose not to see the child.
It is your position that you do not know, as a general proposition, whether or not parents of murdered children are ever allowed to see the child's body.
I'd have to make
What?
an assumption, but I mean, I would assume yes.
Right.
I'm so confused by this prosecutor. This is an important.
Play the ending clip. The ending clip. One more clip from PDX 23.
You know, in all truth,
Okay, so just another question that people are now going to be asking about Sandy Hook. The conspiracy theorists on the internet out there that have a lot of questions that are yet to get answered. I mean, you can say whatever you want about the event. That's just a fact. So there's another one. Will there be a clarification from Heslin or Megyn Kelly? I wouldn't hold your breath. So now they're fueling the conspiracy theory claims. Unbelievable. We'll be right back with more.
I think one.
He doesn't.
Why in the world would Megyn Kelly owe you an explanation?
She doesn't.
What about any of
Well, Megyn Kelly did manipulate, right? I mean,
As I
even
explained
she
earlier,
admits that she did.
Megyn Kelly's goal was to stymie conspiracy theories about Sandy Hook being a hoax. It did the exact opposite.
It did. I
of that.
agree. Yeah. Got everybody talking about
I
it
don't
again.
find Sandy Hook funny. I don't find the tragic loss of life funny at all.
Do you think that prolonged and increased grief around a murdered child is something?
It's devastating.
No. Right?
It's devastating.
Prolonged and compounded grief. You understand that?
By
Wait,
covering an interview with Megyn Kelly.
By saying Neil Heslin never held Jesse after
Never
the
said
murder
that.
at Sandy Hook Elementary School.
I never said that.
why isn't the defense attorney standing up,
Neil deserved better than what he did that day.
right? Why isn't the, I don't understand why the attorney is not making objections.
2016 is when you started at Infowars or Free Speech Systems.
Hey, Tommy Larson, welcome.
You knew and
Yeah,
know
what lots
that
of,
really the only people that were spreading this lie about Sandy Hook was you and the Wolfgang Home, right?
oh no. What about,
The deposition.
there were people all over, there were individual creators all over the internet. YouTube itself was floating in videos about different elements related to Sandy Hook. All kinds of, I can't even think about all the different ones. There was a big production that was done. It was called something like We Should Talk About Sandy Hook, or Let's Talk About Sandy Hook. Something like it's time to talk about Sandy Hook. And basically what they did is they went through all these different people and collected all their videos and all the information that they had, put together. And they made this 2-hour, I think it was around 2-hour production. So I don't know why they're claiming that the only two people that were doing these videos was Infowars and How Big. There were a lot of people that were doing it. And YouTube allowed it to go on for more than a year. It was a very long time. Those videos were getting so many views. Yeah, Tommy, this is the penalty phase. They've already been found guilty. So now this is the phase where they're going to say how much Alex Jones has to pay the families.
Mentioned them twice. You answered. I think it was more a matter of, from my perspective, Alex Jones was catching all this flack for Sandy Hook, but the other people that were questioning it weren't. To my best knowledge, the question, well, what do you mean by other people? Answer, Wolfgang Haldig. Question, anyone else? Answer, not that I'm aware of. That's what you said under oath, buddy. 8 months ago, right?
Yes.
Have you learned something different now?
Can you rephrase that?
Have you learned something different? I mean, the people spreading the lies about Sandy Hook was Alex Jones and Wolfgang Holly. Those are the two main people, right?
Well, I guess Zero Hedge as well.
With his 3 shares?
Well, that was at the time. I don't know how many times it's been shared now.
So I just want to make sure you got, what is it, 0 point or zero hedge? Which one? The author?
I said Zero Hedge.
0 hedge, okay. Wolfgang Holbeck and Alex Jones and Infowars, right?
Right. What?
Those are the folks that were spreading lies about Sandy Hook.
I feel like you're asking a
Objection
separate
calls for
question.
speculation.
Let me go back to the deposition. I'll ask you a different question. You say in your deposition on page 191 that the other people catching flack about Sandy Hook was Wolfgang Holbeck, and you're not aware of anyone else, correct? That's what you said under oath.
No, I said Alex Jones.
Alex Jones and Wolfgang Holbeck, those are the two, right?
Those are the 2 names mentioned in my deposition, yes.
And it wasn't like we just moved on. There was another question that said, anyone else? And you said, not that I'm aware of, right?
Yes.
Okay. But today you want to say 0 hedge. We'll throw them in the mix. Fair
Zero
enough?
Hedge, 0 point now, and I guess I think point too.
All right. You would agree with me that to spread, whether it be the truth or a lie, you have to have a way to reach the audience, right?
Okay,
A
yes,
platform, if you will.
yes.
Wolfgang Holbeck, Infowars was his voice. Oh, you were his megaphone, right?
No.
He didn't have a TV show, right?
You don't need a TV show to have a voice.
I'm going to go through some other items too. So I'll ask that question again. He doesn't have a TV show, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Doesn't have a radio show, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Doesn't have some big internet presence, right?
I don't know.
He doesn't have any way to get his brand of crazy out other than through Infowars, right? That's who he used, right?
I don't know.
Let's play PBS 15G.
The fact he was trying to settle a case shows he knew he messed up.
You have no
Hopefully he
reason to
gets
be doing
slapped
this
with
to going public. I mean, I would imagine you
$150 million.
lost a lot of business.
And you tell that to my wife, I am about to kick out of my own house after being married 39 years. Alex, I'm about to lose my family because I'm simply asking the questions that you and your stations are looking at. And I'm asking you right now, I'm asking all your listeners, doggone it, support Infowars, become part of the Warriors. We need this show, we need the truth. If you find it in your heart to donate a few dollars to our legal funds, let me tell you, we have them. We have the lawsuits filed. We are closed, but we can't do it without people helping me. I'm too old for this, but I do need help. The big thing is support Infowars, because if we don't have your voice, nobody's going to hear the truth.
Well, folks need to donate. And briefly, as we're going to break, tell us the specifics of where it was filed, what's going on with the lawsuit.
Well, it's filed here in Seminole County because all of my businesses, Children's Safety Institute, the National Institute, this is my home, this is where I live. And so instead of going to Connecticut where everything is crooked, we're going to come in the back door, and therefore we filed it. It's in the Seminole County court system. The judge, the female judge, she saw what we're talking about, and she did not hesitate issuing those 10 subpoenas across the country. And they've been served, and we're not just waiting for all of the responses.
Wow, well, this is big national news.
Did you hear Mr. Holbeck say, if we don't have your voice, nobody's going to hear the truth?
I don't remember everything he said, but I believe something along those lines he said. Yes.
Trust me, that's close enough, right? That was the message he just said.
Rather than play it again,
Fair enough. Your voice is Infowars or Alex Jones, right?
or the audience. Yeah.
Many cases people settle because it's less expensive than fighting the
We're going to play it
lawsuit.
again, and I'm going to stop it right after.
Hi, Jason B. Welcome.
Let's make sure.
Yeah, it's only 3 of the families that are involved in the lawsuit.
You have no reason to be doing this, to be going public. I mean, I would imagine you've lost a lot of business.
And you tell that to my wife, I am about to be kicked out of my own house after being married 39 years. Alex, I'm about to lose my family because I'm simply asking the questions that you and your stations are looking at. And I'm asking you right now, and I'm asking all your listeners, doggone it, support Infowars, become part of the Warriors. We need this show, we need the truth. If you find it in your heart to donate a few dollars to our legal funds,
Hi, Diane.
we have them. We have the lawsuits filed. We are closed, but we can't do it without people helping me. I'm too old for this, but I do need help. The big thing is support Infowars, because if we don't have your voice, nobody's going to hear the truth.
Support Infowars, because if we don't have your voice, nobody's going to hear the truth. Mr. Holiday knows he needs Infowars to get his message out, right?
I don't know that.
That's what he just said.
Not necessarily.
Tell me what other interpretation that we all just heard of we need Infowars. If we don't have, right, say it perfectly, if we don't have your voice, nobody's going to hear the truth. What other interpretation is it than he needs Infowars to get his message out?
He addressed before that, he said, I said something along the lines of, I need your listeners, or I need all your listeners. So that could be viewed as, we're all in this together. We need your voice, like you out there in the audience.
Support Infowars. Right for it, right? Support Infowars. If we don't have your voice, nobody can hear the truth. Right?
Yes.
Support Infowars by giving money, right?
Yeah, and I think he mentioned that legal fund campaign too.
Yeah. So, because in addition to selling supplements, I mean, that's when he's saying support Infowars, he's not saying go buy the supplements. He's saying just give money, right? No, you have a donate.
Prosecutor, you're doing it again. Just stick to your facts. You have a good case. Don't get all this gossipy, salacious crap.
Give me money. If you want to hear the truth, just give us money. Give us more money, right?
Yeah, everybody does that. PBS, everybody does that.
Does the PBS sell brain force? What is it, brain force too?
No, they just take our money.
Without the brain force too bill? That's a pill, right?
Brain force plus is a pill.
Brain force plus.
Yeah, yeah. PBS doesn't have to sell anything to get funding. They just get it for free.
You know, PBS is nonprofit, right?
Nonprofit?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Did you not know that?
Well, it might be a nonprofit, but people are
They get money from the government. It's tax dollars.
That's how nonprofits work. Mr. Shroyer, I don't have more questions for you.
Wow, that was brutal, wasn't it? But I didn't hear him prove where Owen said that Mr. Heslin was a conspiracy, not a conspiracy theorist, a crisis actor.
Mr. Shroyer, please tell the members of the jury where you're from.
I am originally from St. Louis, Missouri.
And did you go to college?
I did go to college.
And what did you get your degree in?
I studied psychology and media studies.
How did you first get involved with broadcasting?
In high school, when I wasn't starting on the varsity teams, I realized I was not going to be a professional athlete. So I began writing for our school newspaper and doing reporting from our high school sporting events.
After you graduated from high school, while you were in college, did you continue to work in broadcasting?
I did. When I was at college, I was actually working professionally at multiple radio stations in St. Louis. And I was also the editor-in-chief of our student newspaper called The Current.
And what type of reporting were you doing?
For The Current, I was reporting on everything because we were very understaffed. So movies, concerts, sports, just general activities on campus. And then professionally, I was in the sports media covering local sports in St. Louis, college professional.
Did there come a time when you became interested in covering things beyond just sports?
Yeah, I believe it was about 2013 when I wanted to pivot from sports to current events and politics.
And if you recall, was there an event, something that happened that made you want to switch from sports to current events and politics?
There was. It was the Boston Marathon bombing. It was the first time in my life that I ever watched a news broadcast at all. I was not really watching television news, but I had the same fervor for being accurate talking on the radio back then. So I started to watch news reports on the Boston Marathon bombing, and I started to follow up on some of those, do some digging. And what I realized was that we're not getting a full story from our government or our mainstream media. And it was kind of a shocking experience for me that really just changed my career path.
How did you go about making the transition from, and let me back up, what was it about the coverage of the Boston Marathon bombing that so stuck out to you and made you want to look into it more?
Well, for one, the FBI put up the Sonia brothers mugshots, and they were looking for information on them. But they claimed at the time they didn't know who they were. And it later came out that the older Sonia brother was actually a government asset and had been flying back and forth from the United States to parts of the Middle East. So they knew they were well aware of who he was, and they didn't tell us that. And then when I saw the lockdown that they had, I don't know if lockdown is the right word, but basically they were going door to door looking for them. And then somehow he's in a boat covered in blood and they didn't find him. So I didn't really know what I was getting into at the time. I just had
I
more
remember
interest
that was
in that moment than I did in sports for the first time in my life.
that was a crazy
And
story.
how
Remember
did
that?
How did you
When
go
all the
about
people were locked in their
making the
houses,
transition
and that was
from
scary.
being a sports only radio person to being somebody who covered politics and current events?
I was extremely embedded in the sports industry in St. Louis, so it really wasn't even a transition. I continued to work all the jobs that I had in sports, but I started doing some political stuff on the side, doing some YouTube live videos, starting to interject some political stuff on the radio shows. So it was really just more of an add on top than it was a transition at the time.
Your when you got a radio show that allowed you to talk about politics and current events, how old?
I think I was 23 at the time, and really most of my political coverage at that time was on YouTube, because anybody could start a YouTube account and fire up a live stream and have an audience.
And from what time to what time did it broadcast?
There was no frequency of time. It was really just a matter of if I had a free hour or so.
That was a poor question. When you finally got a radio show in St. Louis talking about politics and current events, what time was it aired?
9 to midnight.
And were you paid to do that?
No.
How did you get the radio station to put you on from 9 to midnight?
Well, I won a civil suit against the radio station because they owed me thousands of dollars. And the GM at the time offered me a time slot on the radio in exchange for me not being paid the funds. I knew I wasn't going to get paid. I wanted the airtime, so that was the deal that was made.
All right, it's 5 o'clock. We're gonna break for the day. For my jury, please remember and follow all of the
Okay,
instructions
so
I've given you so far, and
that one, I wanted to talk about that one with Owen Shroyer because I felt like the prosecutor was really sort of presenting a case that wasn't there. He just kept interjecting comments and things that he couldn't prove that Shroyer said. That doesn't mean that I disagree with the verdict, but I'm saying that I think they hurt their case when they're just like talking about the silly supplements and stuff. That's not aggravating factors. At the penalty phase, it should be at mitigating factors as compared to aggravating factors. The fact that how they're able to keep their company going and pay their employees, that doesn't really have any effect on the fact of the matter whether or not they defamed or they misled or they lied about what happened with Sandy Hook. So I just was a bit disappointed, and I thought they should have really stuck more to, I mean, why not just play the facts? I mean, they had lots of video and audio to do that. So I was a little surprised by that. And so now, do you guys, I'll just ask y'all, do y'all want me to play the opening statements and I mean, we can just go ahead and keep on going through this if you want to. I'll take my lead from y'all. Do y'all want to, if you're interested in the opening statements by the prosecutor and the defense, put a 1. If you do not want to talk about it, put a 2. But I do, again, the reason that I think that this really needs to be talked about is because of the effects that the ruling will have on what we do here on YouTube. I mean, we're going to have to be really careful about what we report on, how we present our information. It's going to be, this now creates another layer of responsibility where it's not just enough to assume that if a news media puts out information, they've done their due diligence. We can't do that anymore as creators. We're going to have to be really careful about trying to double check and document how we verified our information. I never understood what the benefit was for Alex Jones to call it a hoax, especially when only morons would believe him. The benefit for calling it a hoax. Well, I think so. You know, his whole deal is Alex Jones' whole deal is this war on the government. And if you look at Alex Jones, his history going all the way back to when he was like in his 30s in Austin as a local news guy, that he was doing that even then. His view was to go around and expose the city government. And then when that took on and people really enjoyed that, then he kind of went out bigger to the county. And then he went out bigger and he started taking on the state government. And then ultimately, he just gained a lot of support and attention. He was helping people, pointing out graft and corruption by politicians. And it all caught on. And he got a really significant following by kind of standing up for the individual citizen against the government. He got into the big federal stuff and things got kind of weird, you know. So, but I don't, you know, I think that was the point. A big part of this whole deal that he presented for Sandy Hook, he was really going after the governor of Connecticut, who he claimed said that he was told beforehand. I mean, I'm not saying that happened. I'm telling you, I'm trying to answer your question about why he went after Sandy Hook to claim that it was all a hoax. I do think too that at the heart of that, Tommy, was gun rights, right? I mean, that's sort of as soon as there's a shooting, go on Twitter and watch the left versus the right ideologues, and they're already stating their political position on right to bear arms. So, I mean, I could sit here and name a lot of reasons why he took on Sandy Hook and claimed that it was a government type of conspiracy thing. But ultimately, I think the truth is that's actually how Alex Jones got into this whole YouTube commentary thing. It's what he was doing as when he was a local reporter in Austin. He began questioning the local government, and he made a name for himself, and it just got bigger and bigger. And now he's uber focused on Constitution, the right to bear arms, all those kind of founding father kind of issues. So I think that answers your question. The people suing have no incentive to settle. There is no doubt as to the guilt. The lawyers that covered Johnny Depp trial said settling does not equate guilt. A lot of times it's just cheaper than going to trial. There are questions of the same crisis actor. Oh, well, I don't want to talk about it. I never understood what the benefit was. Okay. So what do you think, Tommy? What do you think about my answer? Does that make sense? And I'm going to be I don't want to call anybody names or this isn't my channel's not a battlefield for a political, fight. I wonder why that channel keeps blinking out. That's really weird. Let me try this again. This really isn't about politics. I'm really interested in the outcome in terms of how we do our video, how we do our content on YouTube, right? That's what I'm, So you're saying he grows larger from his lives. Okay, so this is the prosecution, the plaintiff, the parents. These are the Sandy Hook parents, Jesse, Lewis, Aviel. Is it Aviel? I'm going to make sure I get it's only 3 of the families. It's not all of the families that are involved in this case. A lot of the families don't want to revisit this. They're, where is it? Well, it's not giving me the names of the 3 children. There overall, let me be clear, there were 19 kids killed and 2 teachers. Where's the names? I know it's Jesse Lewis. Yeah. Well, there's 2 more families involved, and I can't find their names. That's really odd. Let me see if it's in this account. Wow, it's been such a long time, hadn't it? It's such a long time ago. Yeah, Jesse Lewis. Where's the other kids that are involved? Oh, it's so frustrating. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go ahead and start the opening statements for the plaintiffs, and I am going to go through all of these until I find a reporter who gave us the names of the 3 families that brought the suit against Infowars. Sorry about that. Nothing wrong with questioning the government. No, I definitely think that it's our role to question the government. I think that you run some serious, you should never abdicate your safety and the future of your children. You should never just put it in the hands of strangers and say, hey, I hope everything comes out okay. You get to know your kid's teacher at school, and you try to get to know the friends, the parents of your kids' friends. So no, we can't, we need to be aware of who we're voting for, what they believe in, what their history of accomplishment is. I mean, being a responsible adult it's part of protecting your way of life, your democracy, right? So I don't have a problem with questioning what the government does. But I also don't think you can run around behind victims or victims' families and automatically knee jerk just say, hey, you did it, you did it, you did it, you did it. I can't, we can't do that. And a lot of people said to me, you know, why are you backing off from the Barry Morphew story? Like, why aren't you still talking about that case? Well, I'm not talking about the case anymore because they dropped the charges against the man. And so it doesn't really matter what my personal private opinion is. At this point, he is as free as I am. So if we're gonna be a country of laws and have integrity, then that means following the rules and having integrity, even in situations that we don't feel comfortable doing that, right? Same thing happened with Nicole Kessinger. There were people that were stalking Nicole Kessinger, and I just thought that, you know, that's so inappropriate. Somebody's going to get hurt. The cops in Colorado decided she had no culpability. And even it doesn't matter what we believe. We're not the ones that are in that position to make that call. There are grand juries, there are investigators, and that's not our role. So, yeah, so I don't have a problem with questioning the government. I think we should question the government. I think questioning the government keeps everybody honest and keeps us safe. But I also absolutely do not think that you can go after victims and make their lives a living hell. I just don't think it's okay. So, I think Jones' biggest mistake was disrespecting the court by not showing up to initial hearings. Yeah, I don't know why he would be foolish enough to thumb his nose at the court, right? I mean, 100. Yeah, I agree with you completely. There are opinions and then there are facts. That's true, but just like so the prosecutor said to Owen Shroyer, he said something along the lines of, you know, well, you called Mr. Heslin a crisis actor. And Shroyer was, no, I didn't. That those words never came out of my mouth. I never ever said that. And then the prosecutor didn't show proof. Like, he didn't say, oh yes, you did. Look right here. And so there you go, Tommy. I mean, that's why would the prosecutor say that if he didn't have facts or evidence to support that statement? And I want to see both sides be held to the same standard so that we can get back to some logic and some rational thought, not all of this high emotion, all about ideology and political circumstance, but just trying to do the best overall, you know. Yeah, no, I don't like the whole name calling because opinions are different. I mean, that's just what that just shuts down conversation when all the name calling and whatnot starts. Okay, so let me start this. And we'll see what happens with opening statements. Well, hold on, my computer's frozen again. I'm thinking I downloaded a new program, and I'm thinking it's too big for my system.
On all the way at the end. In the future, just let's fill all the way in. All right. Good morning. Under the rules, the attorneys.
So apparently there's a lot of people there watching the trial.
A brief statement of the nature of the case that the party expects.
Hey, David.
And the relief sought. Because of the unusual
right, David.
Yeah. This case, I'm going to read a statement similar to the one I read to you yesterday morning. This is information from the court. Plaintiffs Neil Heslin and Scarlett Lewis, the parents of one of the children murdered at Sandy Hook Elementary School, have sued Alex Jones and Free Speech Systems, LLC for defamation and intentional infliction of emotional distress caused by public statements made by Alex Jones and Free Speech Systems, LLC. You are not here to determine if Mr. Jones and Free Speech Systems.
You may voice your opinion, David. It is the United States. Yes. Hi, Allie. Welcome.
The court has already found that they have committed these acts. The jury's job will be to determine what sum of money, if any, would fairly and reasonably compensate Neil Heslin and Scarlett Lewis for the damages they incurred that were proximately caused by Mr. Jones and Free Speech Systems, LLC.
Drive carefully, Allie.
As well as what sum of money, if any, should be assessed against Mr. Jones and Free Speech Systems, LLC as punishment for their conduct.
100% agree, Tommy. That was crazy.
All of the evidence on damages. In this case, some of the evidence will be presented after you decide compensatory damages and will be followed by a second charge of the court. Just so you understand what's going on. Now, as I mentioned yesterday, we always begin with the plaintiff. So, Mr. Bankston, whenever you are ready.
Mr. Bankston, I presume. It's a very aristocratic name, isn't it? He and the defense attorney got into a fight.
My name's Mark Bankston, and I'm here to talk to you about 2 rules first.
Okay, I'm going to be quiet so we can listen, okay? Thank y'all for being here. I appreciate it.
See if we can get that going. Not a problem, Your Honor. Okay, good, thank you. Like I said, Mark Bankston. I first want to talk to you about 2 rules. This is the first rule. You can't recklessly tell lies about someone. You can't do it. If you do it and you cause someone damage, you're responsible. This is the second rule. You can't recklessly tell lies about something important to someone. In this case, like the death of their child. If you do that, you know you're going to cause them harm. You're responsible for that.
I would agree, Diane.
Because those rules are broken. And they were broken in a way in which the world has never seen before. But before we get into that story, you're going to need to understand 2 things. Who is Alex Jones? What is Infowars? This is Alex Jones and Infowars. Alex Jones is one of the country's most popular and most influential media personalities. Infowars is one of the nation's most popular and widely watched media networks. Now, some of you may be forgiven for not knowing about Mr. Jones or the fact that Infowars is one of our widely watched news networks. And the reason is because we now live in a world of bubbles. We now live in a world where we all watch different things. We don't all just turn on the news on one of the three major networks and watch it back in the 1950s. We now live in a world where significant parts of this country get their information from things that other parts of the country would never even see. And over the last decade, Mr. Jones has become incredibly influential over a segment of this country. And the thing about Mr. Jones' business is it doesn't quite operate like most media businesses do. Right? Most media businesses are a bit different than Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones started on radio. Right? That's where he became a big star. But Mr. Jones is one of the first people in this country, of media people, to understand the internet and what it could do. And long before most major media organizations even made their first steps into the internet, in the very early days of the 2000s, Mr. Jones was on the internet. And as a result, he has these radio shows, a live broadcast nearly every day. He has an internet website, Infowars.com, where you can view videos, news articles. And he has a YouTube site, or at least he did until very recently, where he got billions of views on that page. The other thing that's different about Mr. Jones's business is that most media businesses make their money through advertising. And you're going to hear from the evidence in this case that Mr. Jones makes a little money that way. That's how they operate. But the main way that this business operates affects the news they cover. Because what they really do, the primary way the business operates is to sell products. As you see here on the screen, in Exhibit 15. This is another example that you'll see in the sidebar of the articles you'll see in this case. Here's a product called DNA Force. It claims it's going to overhaul your body's cellular engine.
I don't understand.
Now, these kinds...
I don't understand. Someone help me. Why does he keep talking about the funding for his radio show? We live in a capitalistic society, right? He doesn't get money from the government like PBS. The big companies, like the big companies of the world, are not going to pay him for advertising. They don't like his anti-government stance. So he had to figure out some way to can somebody tell me why they're focusing on the funding? Does anybody know why? I can't figure out why it's bad, why it's wrong. Nobody? Okay.
of products dictate the kind of news that has to be told on Infowars. Because you want to try to attract the audience that will buy these products. So that's what Mr. Jones did. His programming is very fantastical in some respects. In some respects, it's meant to convince you that powerful, shadowy forces in the world are out to get all of us and have put a cloak over reality. And Mr. Jones is going to take that cloak off and show you the real truth. That's what his media network's about. And for the past 10 years or so, Mr. Jones has become very influential. He has gained a position in media maybe unlike any other media figure in this country. And when he did that, 10 years ago, in 2012, when his popularity was truly exploding, Mr. Jones made a choice. And he made that choice. God, there we go. Made that choice on December 14th, 2012. That was the day of the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting. Really one of the darkest days in American history. mean, you got to think back to 2012 when this happened. We've never seen anything like this before. I mean, the idea of someone coming in and slaughtering first graders, we were all of us, in like a collective state of shock over this. But not Mr. Jones. You see, Mr. Jones made a choice that day. Mr. Jones decided he was going to go on the air that day with the title of a video. And that video was called Connecticut School Massacre. Looks like false flag, says witnesses. Now, what's a false flag? It's interesting, it's an older term. It's a naval term from 17th, 16th century. And what it means is, let's say you were a Spanish ship and you wanted to attack a French ship, but you didn't want to get Spain in trouble. Well, what you could do is you could put up a British flag on your ship. You could fly a false flag. That's what that meant, so that you could attack the French ship without getting Spain in trouble. That's where the term comes from. But in the modern sense, in Mr. Jones's world, false flag now means something very different. A false flag is when a mass tragedy, shooting, or bombing was actually staged by the United States government, and particularly the Central Intelligence Agency, and that is fake. Didn't happen. I want to show you Mr. Jones on the day of Sandy Hook. As news was coming in of Sandy Hook, on his broadcast, he called Connecticut School Massacre looks like false flag, says witnesses. And you'll see that Mr. Jones is talking to somebody who has a relative in Newtown, and he's trying to coax out the information to prove that this was a false flag. Let's take a look at that clip.
I said, this is the attack. Look, people got to find the clips the last 2 months. I said, they are launching attacks. They're getting ready. I can see them warming up with Obama. They've got a bigger majority in the Congress now, in the Senate. They are going to come after our guns, look for mass shootings. And then magically it happens. They are coming. They are coming. They are coming.
As you'll come to see, when Mr. Jones says magically it happened, that's sarcasm. Mr. Jones means that it was planned, that it was all staged. That's what he's talking about. And over the next couple of weeks, you will see in this case of the broadcast in 2012, that December, Mr. Jones continually was churning this idea that Sandy Hook was fake. By just 1 month after the shooting, Alex Jones, who would become patient zero for the Sandy Hook hoax, he had created a sensation. And by a month later, he had aired an entire episode entitled
I agree,
Why
Allie.
People Think
Absolutely.
Sandy Hook is a hoax. And for some of you, I think that it hit me right at the beginning is why? Why is he doing this? It's guns. It's about guns. Mr. Jones knew that his audience were worried about their guns. Maybe even rightly, they were worried about, people who wanted to own AR-15s. Maybe there were going to be some new registration checks, or maybe they were going to ban the AR-15s. Right? That's people that had that worry. But Mr. Jones played on that fear. He knew it. He knew they felt it. And so here's what he did. Jones told his audience that Obama was coming for their guns. So he told his audience that Obama staged Sandy Hook.
I agree, Diane.
And not that Obama ordered the murder of those children, but that there were never any children at all. That the school was fake. There wasn't an operating school. That the parents were liars, paid actors.
Your Honor?
That the school is fake? Is that?
No.
Well, Your Honor ordered that all demonstrative exhibits be shared with the other side before, and this PowerPoint was not. So,
These are words that he's saying, overruled.
okay.
Yeah, see, this judge is not entertaining the defense side at all. Not a bit.
Mr. Jones said that the school was fake. It wasn't an operating school. He said that the parents were liars, paid actors. He said the funerals were fake. Their tears were fake. Everything was fake. So that Mr. Jones could have this story on his broadcast. This was a massive campaign of lies. That's what the evidence is going to show. And in fact, it is difficult to wrap your head around. We have brought for you, we're going to be showing you in this trial, dozens of videos. 44, I believe. We're going to try to show you before it's all over. And we can't show you all of them. And I'm going to tell you why. If we were to sit down and try to watch all the videos that we have, let's put them on and let's play them and let you watch them.
Allie, I think he believed it. I
couldn't do it. Would not have enough time for you to sit here every single day and watch it.
I don't know how you can say the school was fake. It's odd, but
from over years and
I think he believed it.
We're going to try to give you the full breadth of what happened.
And I don't know what is defensive. I haven't watched this.
We know there's more out there. You're going to hear testimony about that. You're hearing expert witnesses talk about it. We don't have it all. We can only show you what we do have. Right? No one really even knows how massive this was. Because some of that is lost to the sands of time. But this was done. This massive campaign of lies was accomplished because Mr. Jones recruited wild extremists from the fringes of the internet who were willing to be as cruel as Mr. Jones needed them to be. The first one of these is the man named Wolfgang Halbig. You're going to hear a lot about this man during this trial. Wolfgang Halbig, you will hear, was a former Florida state trooper. And then apparently he started some sort of security business. And Mr. Halbig was on Infowars all the time. They just had him on over and over and over. Because Mr. Jones needed somebody who could pretend like they were going to support what he was saying. And Mr. Halbig was willing to do that for attention. I want to show you of the many, many times that Mr. Halbig was on. Let's first watch this first clip from September 25th, 2014, in an episode entitled Connecticut PD has FBI falsify crime statistics. All right, and what you're going to see in this video is Mr. Jones describing Mr. Halbig, and then I want you to pay attention because you're going to see something very strange. You're going to see Mr. Jones do mocking imitations of the.
Okay, so Tommy said, this is interesting. So Tommy said that Jones admitted that he knew that it was a lie. Jones admitted it and told the judge he knew it was true. Where did that happen, Tommy? Is that like on, I haven't been able to find the actual trial of guilt or innocence. Is that where he said it? Was during the trial? How the hell do you know that it happened, but then you go in and you make these crazy claims of like, remember they said, I was trying to think some of the things he claimed. He said, you remember the guy that all the kids ran to his house, like when they ran out of the school, they had no place to go, and they ended up, was it a bus driver? Did a bus driver take them down to the man's house? And then he called the police and said, I've got these 5 or 6 kids here. Y'all remember that? He tried to say that guy was a crisis actor. Jones admitted it. You would think Jones could have afforded a better lawyer. The lawyer hadn't said anything really, has he? But I'm interested though about Joe. When that's crazy that he said that he knew that it was true, but he chose to lie. Alex was going through a very bad divorce at the time. Gene Rosen, AP, thank you. Yes. Gene Rosen's house. I remember. And wasn't he like a psychologist? I think that's probably why I remember. He was a psychologist and it retired. He was an older gentleman. And he had the kids come in and they tried to, calm them down as he called the police. And And then Jones said that he was some other guy. I don't remember all the details now, but it was a long time ago. So he wanted to cause this chaos. I don't know, Allie. I'm blown away. I wish that we could get video of the actual guilt innocence portion of the trial. And maybe Long Crime is just in the process of getting it all uploaded. So, we'll see how it goes. But if we get our hands on it, I'll definitely play it. I mean, this is pretty crazy. This is pretty crazy stuff.
Parents crying to try to say that they're fake. You're going to see Mr. Jones say that there are photos of their children that prove that they're still alive, that they faked their deaths. Let's take a look at what Mr. Jones said there.
We're fearless, folks. Support us. Support Wolfgang. This is not a game. They are hopping mad. We're covering this. CNN admits they did fake scud attacks on themselves back in 1991, 1990. Would they stage this? I don't know. Do penguins live in Antarctica? Wolfgang W. Halbig's our guest, former state police officer that worked for the Customs Department, and then over the last decades created one of the biggest, most successful school safety training groups. And he just has gone and investigated, and it's as funny as a $3 bill. And they've been, but man, Wolfgang, you dropped a bombshell of your scores of points, your 16 questions. If you've got a school of 100 kids and then nobody can find them, and then you've got parents laughing on, and then they walk over to the camera and go, and not just one, but a bunch of parents doing this, and then photos of kids that are still alive, they said died. I mean, they think we're so dumb that it's really hidden in plain view. And so the preponderance, I thought they had some scripting early on to exacerbate and milk the crisis, as Rahm Emanuel said. But when you really look at it, where are the lawsuits? There would be incredible lawsuits and payouts, but there haven't been any filed. Nothing. I've never.
Thank you, Tommy.
This is incredible.
I guess he was trying to get them to settle, right?
Mr. Halbig should come on the show and they'll do interviews, and we'll see some from Mr. Halbig too. We're going to see some videos of him talking. But that's the guy that he would be bringing on these shows to talk about this over and over and over and over again. The following day, they published this article on Infowars.com. This article reads, FBI says no one killed at Sandy. Now, let's just make this clear. Everyone now agrees. You're going to hear testimony from the author of this article. This is obviously wrong. You're going to hear, he didn't read the chart right. He just didn't scroll down. And they went with this and put it out to their audience. And the important thing about this is this story was Infowars' third most popular story ever. This was a viral sensation. Millions and millions of people saw this article. You're going to see the data on that. And when Mr. Jones realized the explosive popularity of these kinds of things,
well, I think he got all fired up with Megyn Kelly, and Alex Jones got angry because Megyn kind of double-crossed him, and that's kind of what got it all fired up.
You're going to see that there are parts of Mr. Jones' show. You know, he has his live show, and he has these internet videos he puts up, and he also, he does a radio show. So he has call-in guests sometimes, or call-in listeners, who will call in and talk about things with Mr. Jones. And they were eating the Sandy Hook stuff up with a spoon, and Mr. Jones kept inflaming it. Here's an example from December 29th, 2014. This was called America, the False Democracy. In this clip, you are going to hear Mr. Jones say that these children did not die. Sandy Hook is 100% fake.
Let's talk to Kevin. Kevin, go ahead. You're on the air.
Hi, Alex. Calling about Sandy Hook. Basically, my take on it is I live about 50 miles from Newtown, and the whole thing is pretty much the next step in reality TV. Because with other false flags like 9/11 or Oklahoma City or the Boston bombing, at least something happened. With Sandy Hook, there's no there. You've got a bunch of people walking around a parking lot, pretty much what it comes down to, and none of the
No, I've had the investigators on. I've had the state police have gone public. You name it. The whole thing is a giant hoax. And the problem is, how do you deal with a total hoax? I mean, it's just how do you even convince the public something's a total hoax?
Very hard because, anytime I talk about this issue with people, you get criticized, blackballed, ridiculed, called every name in the book, or they respond with the magic words. They were staying on TV. There's no statement more proof positive of somebody who's been brainwashed by that stuff, mainstream media, than those words. They were saying on TV. Well, I always tell people the same thing. Go out and prove the official story. And I knew the millisecond this happened with that now fake picture of the kids being let out of the school, that there's nothing that's going to sell this agenda like dead elementary school kids.
No, that's right. The general public doesn't know the school was actually closed the year before. They don't know they've shielded all, demolished the building. They don't know that they have the kids going in circles in and out of the building as a photo op, blue screen, green screens they got caught using. I mean, the whole thing. But remember, this is the same White House that's been caught running the fake Bin Laden raid that's come out and been fake. It's the same White House that got caught running all these other fake events over and over again. And it's the same White House that says, I never said that you can keep your doctor, when he did say you can keep your doctor. People just instinctively know that there's a lot of fraud going on. But it took me about a year with Sandy Hook to come to grips with the fact that the whole thing was fake. I couldn't believe it. I knew they jumped on it, used the crisis, hyped it up, but then I did deep research, and my gosh, it just pretty much didn't happen.
And that is my understanding of Alex Jones. He's 100% about, he wants to undermine the government. He wants to attack the government. He wants to reveal the government as this anti-American entity. And that drives him. I think all of these crazy stories come from the government is evil. And it kind of like a reenactment, replay of the Civil War, kind of, I guess, maybe.
Video from January 13th, 2015.
Yeah, when you're trying to, decipher cloak and dagger, dirty tricks, it's pretty hard to do. It's just that when you learn that they were funded by Western funding, then you learn that it was the same Amarillo-Lockheed connection underwear bomber. Then those are big red flags that they were patsy provocateurs. The classic MO has been followed. And then, it kind of becomes a red herring, to say the whole thing was staged. Because they have staged events before, but then you learn the school had been closed and reopened, and you got video of the kids going in circles in and out of the building, and they don't call the rescue choppers for 2 hours, and then they tear the building down and seal it, and they get caught using blue screens, and a email by Bloomberg comes out in the lawsuit where he's telling his people, get ready in the next 24 hours to capitalize on a shooting. So Sandy Hook is a synthetic, completely fake, with actors, in my view, manufactured. I couldn't believe it at first. I knew they had actors there, clearly, but I thought they killed some real kids. And it just shows how bold they are, that they clearly used actors. I mean, they even ended up using photos.
Hi,
of
Mike.
kids killed in
Welcome.
mass shootings here in a fake mass shooting in Turkey. So, or Pakistan. The sky is now the limit. I appreciate your call.
Shortly after this, Infowars got its first YouTube strike. This means somebody made a complaint against the channel. In this case, it was a father of a victim. There was a father who had complained to Infowars because their son's photo was used in one of their videos. It was this whole thing about the Pakistan shooting, and we'll get into that. It's not important now. It's obviously a lie. But when they used the son's pictures, they complained to YouTube.
Yeah, so I don't think that was a lie. So what ended up happening is there was a school shooting over in Pakistan. The people in Pakistan made a banner to hang across the fence outside the school, and in memoriam of the children that were shot and killed, right? Well, they made a mistake. That's all. It was just a mistake. There was a high casualty count. They included a photo of one of the kids that had been killed at Sandy Hook, and that photo was included as one of the kids that were at the Pakistan school. no one ever tried to say that that child went to school there. I think it was an absolute honest mistake by the people that were the graphic artists that were just trying to honor the kids that had been killed in the Pakistani school. But that spread like wildfire. That was used as one of those, oh, see, look, we have proof. You can't have the same child pass away in both schools. No, I think it was just a mistake that was made by the people that did the graphics on the poster, or not a poster, but so that was pretty horrific. I want you to put yourself in the shoes of those parents. You've actually lost your child in Sandy Hook, and 3 months later, now they've got your child being featured in Pakistan. Horribly painful, right? That mistake was a very painful thing, but then it gets spread around. There's nearly always a logical explanation for how these things happen. But because we've become so polarized, I think, whether left or right, we've become really polarized. And we got to start talking again. We got to be rational, and we got to recognize that we all live here together. We need to make good choices for everyone who lives here if we can. But I remembered the young man. I remembered the young man that he was on that poster in Pakistan.
That's how they figured they could stop him. So YouTube issued him a strike, but Infowars smartened up after this, and they realized don't use pictures of children. That's what you're going to see. So from this point forward, you'll see Mr. Jones react about this and say, "This is unjust to me, and I'm going to keep doing it." And it did. It kept up. Mr. Jones had Mr. Halbig all through 2015. And you'll see on March 4th, 2015, in this video, some of new bombshell Sandy Hook information inbound. Now, before we look at this video, I want to talk about, you've heard some of them already. Mr. Jones is going to keep repeating these same false claims.
Now, that's another point, Mike McCormick. So McCormick makes this comment, General Jones, meaning Alex Jones. Alex Jones is first and foremost an entertainer. I would tend to, I don't disagree with that on its face. I think that I talk about true crime cases. I play courtroom testimony and then kind of analyze and discuss the courtroom stuff. I don't believe that I am an investigator who is going to, solve a murder. That is not going to happen. The very best that I can hope for is that I can provoke enough interest in a missing kid case, or simply gain insight related to courtroom, where psychology is concerned, courtroom testimony, that I can maybe impart a little bit of, accurate information about forensic psychology and whatnot. But I don't believe that I serve the role of journalist. I don't think that I am an investigator. I don't think I research. I do literature review and whatnot, but I'm not an actual PI or a detective. And because I'm aware of all of that, I do believe as a YouTube creator, my videos show up as entertainment. Not that there's anything entertaining or wonderful about death or crime, but my role in this, the content that I'm creating, I'm not giving. Now the information on Joshua Allwine, I would stand by as journalistic. I've gotten 2 corroborating, accounts for the same facts, and I'm trying to be careful because nobody else is reporting on it. So I've got to be really careful that what I'm putting out there is right. But for the most part, if I take information from a news station or a newspaper, I'm assuming that they did their due diligence, that whatever's in their article, I can cut my teeth on, that it's going to be fact. I do look at myself more as entertainment. This is an entertainment or lifestyle kind of channel than even the lawyers, the attorneys, Emily D. Baker, Legal Bites, even those guys, they're serving an entertainment role. They're not in a courtroom trying a case. They're watching, they're providing commentary. Sometimes they make jokes. Sometimes it's just conversation for the interest of the topic. So I tend to go with this idea that he is an entertainer, but here's where that idea goes off the rails. And that is that he begins to show government documents. He shows government documents and he says, here's the proof of what I'm saying. And that does send the message to the listener, the consumer, that this person is providing journalism, where then you would have the responsibility of corroboration and due diligence, right? So I'm telling y'all, I'm serious about this. Hi, Dr. Josefina Monasterio. You have a beautiful name. It's lovely. This case is going to has the potential to exert a lot of influence on what we as YouTubers will be able to put out in terms of content. This case is going to have resonating impact across all these communication platforms. And that is going to open up for more conversation, Mike McCormick. That's going to open up conversation of how big can your group be that will allow you to get together and have a conversation about shared ideas. Is it okay to do that if there's 15 people? What about if there's 50 people? Well, if there's 50,000 people, can you still have a conversation about ideas that the government or other groups may not like? At what point will they begin to restrict what can be reasonably discussed without the government having influence on what is being said? And make no mistake about it, this is a court case. That's the government. So the things that Alex Jones has said and done, the government has now said, you went too far. We don't like what you said. And now there's going to be hell to pay. And that's very difficult for people that support the Constitution and believe that we have the freedom of speech, and the government should not have the power to tell us what we can or can't say. In this case, real people were hurt. But in other cases, what does that mean for us, people that have YouTube channels, or we go on social media and just talk among friends? How big will our groups be before they become too big that now we're acting in a role of journalism, right? All right.
He's not questioning anything. You got to make sure there's a big difference here. He's not questioning. He's not going, something fishy might be going on with Sandy Hook. They're not questions. He's just stating facts falsely. And here they are. You'll hear about Anderson Cooper on a blue screen. You might know about blue screen from like Marvel movies. This is how they composite somebody into something. The argument here is that Anderson Cooper of CNN did an interview with a parent in Newtown, and they weren't really in Newtown. They were really on a CNN studio in Atlanta, and they faked it and made it look like Anderson Cooper was there with the parent. But these people weren't even at Sandy. Why? You're going to see it's a lie. It's just an obvious lie. You're going to hear them talking about kids walking in circles, going around the building, doing drills. And you're going to see the video he's talking about in his videos. He's going to play it. And what's most astonishing is the video he's showing, the building in the video, isn't even the Sandy Hook school. He's lied to his viewers. It's a firehouse in Newtown. And you're going to see that this video is hours later in the day when parents were showing up to pick up their kids, find out what happened. And there's a group of adults and teenagers and all walking around the building to get to the front of the building. And Mr. Jones tried to sell this to his audience to say that this was fake. It shows that it was the children were actually being let out of the front of the building and then back into the building. And he'll say, well, you should be getting them away from the building. It's not even Sandy Hook. He's going to talk about men in SWAT gear caught in the woods. But you're going to see video that proves that they actually knew that the video they're talking about, it's helicopter footage, was taken well into the afternoon, hours after the shooting, had nothing to do with the shooting, and you're going to find out it's some reporters who tried to get too close to the school, take pictures. It's all in the police reports. It's all public. But he tried to convince his viewers that these were CIA operatives or whatever, in SWAT gear to facilitate the shooting or something. Whatever false thing he thought was going on here. Let's talk about how the school was actually closed. It was not an operating school. That they just opened it up for this day to stock it full of people and did like a stage production. But it was all not real. And it's these kind of statements that you're going to see in this case. And the internal communications inside Infowars, they knew this was a lie. They're not that. They know there's copious evidence out there if you really go look for it that Sandy Hook was open. They were saying this knowing it was false. You'll hear him talk about a Michael Bloomberg email the day before. Michael Bloomberg is the former mayor of New York City. And part of what he has done since being mayor is he's been a real big gun control advocate. And they want to have their viewers believe that Michael Bloomberg sent an email to his supporters saying, hey, 24 hours from now, we're going to have a mass shooting. Everybody get ready to mobilize on it. As if Michael Bloomberg had foreknowledge that they were going to fake this shooting. You're not going to see this email because obviously it doesn't exist. It's made up. Just a lie. You're going to hear about rescue helicopters. Why weren't the rescue helicopters called? But you're going to find out Mr. Jones doesn't know where the rescue helicopters are coming from. He doesn't know how close the hospital was to Sandy Hook Elementary. And you're going to hear that those EMS, they would have gotten there way faster than a helicopter from way far away. You're going to hear all sorts of things about the ambulances and the EMTs. He tells his audience that they never even allowed EMTs in the building. And I'm guessing here so you don't have to get the EMTs in on the conspiracy, right? You just keep them out of the building, they'll never know it was all fake. It's garbage. EMTs went in that building, anybody can verify it. It's not hard to figure that out. Most of them have given interviews about what they saw that day. It was the worst day of their lives. You're going to hear about that response that day. And yeah, EMTs were in there. He's going to tell you that they sealed the death certificates and that even owning one is a felony. That's on an Infowars episode you're going to see. And the truth is, any one of you could right now call up Newtown Clerk and get one for $20. Any of the victims. It's just a lie. You're going to hear him say, as you've already heard him say, that there are photos of the victims who are still alive. This is so disgusting, so repulsive, that I feel silly standing here and telling you that's false. But that's what I have to do in this case. That's where we're at. I want to show you a video of him saying all these things. This is when Mr. Halbert comes on the show again. And let's listen to what Mr. Jones has to say.
Mr. Halbig, thanks for coming on. Recap who you are. Recap why you question kind of the top 10 or 15 points that I know are on your website of why this doesn't add up. And then now they're really trying to seal everything when they could discredit us anytime they wanted to. Just tell us why Anderson Cooper's nose disappears, why it's blue screen. Just tell us why the people are walking in circles in and out of the building. It appears to be staged. Tell us why they said they didn't catch somebody in the woods when they did. Tell us why the school was closed before and then after, why they've sealed it all, why they've not torn it down. Tell us why Bloomberg sent an email to his people the day before saying, get ready to launch an operation to capitalize on the mass shooting. Tell us why you didn't launch the emergency helicopters. Tell us why the ambulance was parked for an hour down the road. Tell us why this appears to be as phony as $3 bill. Wolf K, thank you for joining us.
And you'll notice these aren't questions. Tell us why this happened, because it did happen according to Mr. Jones. It'd be like if somebody came up to you and said, tell me why you're a thief. Tell me why you're a liar. Tell me why you're a murderer. It's not a question. That's not what Mr. Jones was doing. You're going to see that by November 2015, there was more people getting involved in this. As I told you, Mr. Jones was recruiting wild extremists from the fringes of the internet. One of those gentlemen was a man named Jim Fetzer. Jim Fetzer, Infowars helped distribute his book, Nobody Died at Sandy Hook. Jim Fetzer was a former professor who, in his twilight years, started doing things like this and wanted his stuff featured on Mr. Jones' show. And Infowars wanted to help him. And you're going to see the internal emails in which Infowars helps him distribute this book, this horrific book. The next month, it's important to know that at least a couple of people inside of Infowars knew what was happening was wrong. They knew it. They didn't just know it, they warned him. Editor-at-large Paul Watson, the editor-at-large of the company, warned Mr. Jones in writing. Now, I know that's probably hard for some of y'all to see, so I'm going to read this to you. There's an email you will see. This is from Paul Watson, the editor at Infowars, to Buckley at Infowars, who's another managerial employee, and Anthony at Infowars, who you'll hear is another managerial employee. And he says, send this to Alex. He says, this Sandy Hook stuff is killing us. It's promoted by the most batshit crazy people, like Rince and Fetzer, who all hate us anyway. Plus, it makes us look really bad to align with people who harass the parents of dead kids. It's going to hurt us with Drudge and bringing bigger names into the show. Plus, the event happened 3 years ago. Why even risk our reputation for it? And when he's talking about Drudge, some of you probably know he's talking about Drudge Report, a website that compiles news links. And if a media organization gets featured on Drudge, it gets a lot of traffic. So Mr. Watson wasn't so much concerned about the morality. He was concerned it's going to make us look bad, and it's going to hurt us with Drudge. This is about money. This is about the bottom line, what he was trying to get Alex Jones to see. And Mr. Watson had very good reason to be alarmed. Not just because of the things that were being said on Infowars and the things that were being written, but what Mr. Jones was doing on top of it. And one of those things was sending his reporter to Newtown, Connecticut. And what you're going to see is that this reporter, Dan Bidondi, who you will find out is a former professional wrestler, he went to Newtown and confronted people in Newtown. I want to show you a video of that. This is going to be Mr. Bidondi following around Newtown city officials. And I want you to hear what he says to them.
What's this guy's name again? Criminal, right? Walking up that down the walkway. And this. Trippy crook, piece of shit.
He's covering up the whole operation. They had communication with the helicopter. They're laying on the stand. That's perjury, sir. You know what perjury is? I'm going to jail, criminal. You're going to jail, criminal. I'm going to retirement. And you, sir, defending criminals, how do you feel about that? You know, this guy here is somebody out of Central Casting, I'm telling you. This is the exact person that they would hire to represent criminals, folks. The Sandy Hook truth is coming out, you people going to jail. You can smile all you want, you're going to jail for fraud.
Oh, you're looking at credentials, Dan Bidondi, Infowars.com, the #1 alternative news source in the world.
Live right on here. What do you have to say about defending criminals? You're a bunch of frauds, a bunch of criminals.
Enjoy your Federal Reserve notes now, scumbags.
I see those people, folks, that total up Sandy Hook.
Sandy Hook was an inside job.
The thing about this is that I think you can tell from this video, Mr. Badandi, that reporter, he probably believes this stuff. And he's being, Mr. Jones used him just as much as anybody. This poor guy, not maybe, not the sharpest thinker sometimes, maybe believes this. Mr. Jones doesn't. He was happy to have this happen, and you will see that these videos are featured on Infowars where they bragged about scaring the people of Newtown. And it wasn't just editor Paul Watson warning Mr. Jones. The warnings came not only from Infowars employees. Mr. Jones and Infowars was warned by their viewers that what they were doing was wrong. And you're going to hear about people who are online debunkers. People who were so horrified that they felt they wanted to make it their duty to try to debunk and disprove the things that Infowars was saying. And those people also contacted the company and let them know in no uncertain terms the potential legal consequences from where this was headed. That happened. But it didn't matter. It didn't matter that they warned them, told them that what they were doing was wrong, told them that what they were doing was false, because Infowars already knew that. They already knew they were lying. They knew it was false. Here's the thing. You're going to see that you're going to hear testimony from the company that they admit they received a huge volume of emails from Wolfgang Halbig and Jim Fetzer that were crazy. And they knew that. And they admit it. And you're going to hear that they knew that Halbig and Fetzer and others were harassing the parents. And they didn't care. It didn't bother them in the slightest. This kept up into 2016. And one of the things that you might remember about 2016 is the 2016 presidential election. Mr. Jones became a major topic during that election. Some of you may remember, in fact, that Mr. Jones' lies were discussed by Clinton in her campaign speeches. Mr. Jones didn't like this. Mr. Jones fashions himself as a political enemy and rival of Hillary Clinton. And when she said this about him, he was mad, and he decided to respond. So he released a video on November 18, 2016, and it was called his final statement on Sandy Hook. It was not his final statement. It was very, very disturbing. You're going to see a couple things in this video. You're going to see that Mr. Jones, for the first time, directly addresses the complaints of the parents who had been outraged about this. And he's going to say about that is suspicious, that they protest too much, that they must be hiding something. And at the end of this long rant, you're going to hear Mr. Jones look right into this camera, tell the people directly. He will address the people who say they're parents that I see on TV. And what he says to them is, my heart would go out to you. But the problem is, I've seen actors before, and I know when I'm watching a movie, and I know when I'm watching something real. And you see Mr. Jones nodding along with that.
And why should anybody fear an investigation if they have nothing to hide? In fact, isn't that in Shakespeare's Hamlet? Methinks you protest too much. So here is my statement for the media when they call up, saying, where do you stand on this? Where I've always stood. When there were other mass shootings, I would simply point out that they're very rare statistically, and why should we all give up our rights? Because some other bad person does something. A guy with a car runs over 50 people. Do we ban driving cars? It's the same thing. And there have been other instances of shootings that are very suspicious. Aurora is one. Just look into that. But this particular case, they are so scared of investigation. So everything they do basically ends up blowing up in their face. So you guys are going to get what you want now. I'm going to start reinvestigating Sandy Hook and everything else that happened with it. I'm on the show signing off from Infowars.com. If you're watching this transmission, think for yourself. I know it's a thought crime. And then ask yourself, what is it so strange about Sandy Hook and that tragedy? But But I will say this finally, my heart does go out to all parents that lose children, whether it's to stabbings or whether it's to car wrecks or whether it's to stranglings or whether it's to blunt force trauma or murder, firearms, whatever the case is. I'm a parent and my heart goes out to all parents that have lost children in these tragic events. And so if children were lost in Sandy Hook, my heart goes out to each and every one of those parents and the people that say they're parents that I see on the news. The only problem is I've watched a lot of soap operas and I've seen actors before. And I know when I'm watching a movie, I know when I'm watching something real. Let's look at the Sandy Hook.
This man knew that the parents of murdered children were emotionally distressed, outraged, grieving. And he looked straight into that camera and he said, the only problem is I've watched a lot of soap operas and I've seen actors before. And I know when I'm watching a movie and I know when I'm watching something. It kept going. It just kept going. It doesn't stop. 2017. And it's still going. They're still making videos saying it's phony as a $3 bill. In fact, one of those from that year that I want to talk to you about was called Sandy Hook Vampires Exposed. And in that video, Mr. Jones says that the media, the Central Intelligence, the parents that say they're parents that he sees on the news, people who are the fake crisis actors, people who are faking the interview of Anderson Cooper, they're all vampires of Sandy Hook. And he says, all the same fake stuff again. The school wasn't even open. It was rotting and falling apart. It didn't even look like a real school. And he asks, why haven't we seen pictures of bodies? Him and his nightly news director, Mr. Dew, they wanted to see the bodies. And at this point, in 2017, they are at their breaking point. At this point, there had been an ongoing nationwide controversy that was all churned by Jones. There was Jones's public denial of their son's violent death. And they were getting harassment by Mr. Halbig and other followers of Jones. They were at their breaking point. And so Neil made a decision, a very tough decision. He made a decision on June 19th, 2017. He decided he agreed to an interview with Megyn Kelly. I think some of y'all may remember Megyn Kelly used to have an NBC show. It's called Megyn Kelly Tonight. It's a news magazine. And he thought, when Ms. Kelly asked him if he would come on the show, because she was doing a profile about Mr. Jones, he thought, if I go on this show and I say, please stop, I'm a real dad. He thought if Mr. Jones was able to look him in the eyes and see him, that he could solve this. And so he went on Miss Kelly's show in front of a national televised audience and said, look, I'm a real dad. I lost my son. I buried my son. I held my son with a bullet hole through his head. Please stop. And Neil was hopeful. Neil was really hopeful that it would stop. It did not. On June 25th, 2017, Infowars struck back directly at Mr. Heslin. They retaliated. And they did it in a disgusting way. They aired a video that talked about Neil's interview on Megyn Kelly and said, one problem. Mr. Heslin's a liar. Mr. Heslin never held his child. He made up that story. And we can prove it. Because you see, according to Infowars' version of events, the shooting was fake. And all these fake actor parents, who were like paid actors of the CIA, were given a cover story. And one of the easiest parts of their cover story, apparently, was that they didn't release the bodies of the children to the parents. And the idea being, if you don't have to worry about the bodies and all that sort of stuff, it makes it easier to pull off this fakery. So they had all these paid actors say, we never got the children. The bodies never released to us. But the allegation here is that Mr. Heslin forgot his cover story and said something that wasn't true, that he held his child. They did this by deceptively editing video interviews. The first is of this man. You're going to see this in these videos are played. I'm going to play you this video about Mr. Hesslin. And this man is Dr. Wayne Carver. He is the medical examiner who had the incredibly difficult job of seeing those children after surgery. And what you're going to see, the evidence will show you that Dr. Carver in this interview was talking about the process by which the children were identified. Right? They got all the children and they got to get the parents into contact, right? And he'll talk about how the way you do that is through photography. Right? You don't want, the reason you do that is it's less traumatic, and you don't want to bring a parent into the room of a body of a child that's not theirs. Right? So you want to do this by photograph. Make sure that you get them lined up before you do that. And as you'll hear, he'll even say there's a time and a place for up close and personal. But first you identify by photograph. They actually edited this video in such a way to make it look like, oh no, the parents were only showing photographs of their children. Or that was the story anyway. And it's actually just a complete deception, sleight of hand by editing this man's interview. They do the same thing with these parents. This is Lynn and Christine McDonald. And Lynn and Christine McDonald, you'll see in this interview, we're talking about the process of being at the funeral home of their daughter and her casket. And, you know, as a mom, when your child has suffered these kinds of injuries, you have to make a very difficult decision. And that decision is whether to open that casket. And Ms. McDonald made a decision not to. And you're going to hear, you'll hear expert testimony talking about this interview, where you'll see that Ms. McDonald wanted her little daughter, she wanted to remember her just the way she was. So she didn't look. And what Infowars did is they took her interview and they cut her off mid-sentence and made it look like she was never allowed to see her child. Both of these things, all of this stuff you're going to see in this video, came from this anonymous blog post that had information from that gentleman, Jim Fetzer, who Infowars, you'll hear testimony, that they knew at the time they published this broadcast, they knew Mr. Fetzer was crazy, completely unreliable. They didn't care. They were doing this to retaliate against Neil, who had the temerity, the audacity to stand up on national television and tell him to stop. That's what this was for. I want you to see that video. Let's play that now.
So, folks, now here's another story. You know, I don't even know if Alex knows about this, to be honest with you. Alex, if you're listening and you want to, or if you just want to know what's going on, Zero Hedge has just published a story. Megyn Kelly fails to fact-check Sandy Hook father's contradictory claim in Alex Jones' hit piece. Now, again, this broke. I think it broke today. I don't know what time, but featured in Megyn Kelly's expose, Neil Hesslin, a father of one of the victims, during the interview described what happened the day of the shooting. And basically what he said, the statement he made, fact checkers on this have said cannot be accurate. He's claiming that he held his son and saw the bullet hole in his head. That is his claim. Now, according to a timeline of events and a coroner's testimony, that is not possible. And so one must look at Megyn Kelly and say, Megyn, I think it's time for you to explain this contradiction in the narrative. Because this is only going to fuel the conspiracy theory that you're trying to put out, in fact. So, and here's the thing, too. You would remember, let me see how long these clips are. You would remember if you held your dead kid in your hands with a bullet hole. That's not something that you would just misspeak on. So let's roll the clip first, Neil Heslin telling Megyn Kelly of his experience with his kid.
At Sandy Hook Elementary School, one of the darkest chapters in American history was a hoax.
I lost my son. I buried my son. I held my son with a bullet hole through his head.
Neil Heslin's son Jesse, just 6 years old, was murdered, along with 19 of his classmates and 6 adults, on December 14th, 2012, in Newtown, Connecticut.
Yeah, I dropped him off in 904. That's when we dropped him off at school with his book bag. Hours later, I was dipping him up in a body bag.
Okay, so making a pretty extreme claim that would be a very thing vivid in your memory, holding his dead child. Now, here is an account from the coroner that does not corroborate with that narrative.
We did not bring the bodies and the families into contact. We took pictures of them, of their facial features. You have, it's easier on the families when you do that. There is a time and a place for up close and personal in the grieving process. But to accomplish this, we felt it would be best to do it this way, and you can sort of you can control the situation depending on your photographer, and I have very good photographers.
It's going to be hard not to have been able to actually see her.
Well, at first I thought that, and I had questioned maybe wanting to see her.
Okay, so just another question that people are now going to be asking about Sandy Hook. The conspiracy theorists on the internet out there that have a lot of questions that are yet to get answered. I mean, you can say whatever you want about the event. That's just a fact. So there's another one. Will there be a clarification from Heslin or Megyn Kelly? I wouldn't hold your breath. So now they're fueling the conspiracy theory claims. Unbelievable. We'll be right back with more.
The man you saw, his name is Owen Shroyer. He's another media star at Infowars, sort of Mr. Jones' protege. And what you just saw there was a manufactured, fabricated lie, specifically engineered and calculated to hurt Neil Heslin and Scarlett Lewis, to retaliate against Neil for daring to speak out, proposing any sort of resistance to Mr. Jones' years of cruelty. They struck back against him. And it didn't end there. Right? Now Neil and his family had been introduced into the Sandy Hook conspiracy. They were a key part of it now. They were a focus of this lie. And it didn't end. A month later, you're going to see that there was significant controversy over this video you just saw. And Mr. Jones, a month later, doubled down and defended it. He got on a show, he played that entire video again, and then he said this. He said, that was a month ago. He, meaning Mr. Shroyer, had said, I wouldn't hold my breath looking for a response. We've not seen a clarification. Mr. Jones then said, the stuff I found was they never let them see their bodies. This is Jesse. And the thing that I think is really important to understand about Neil and Scarlett's state of mind when this video came out is, obviously Neil is talking about the last moments he spent with his little boy. And Alex Jones came along and he took that memory, that rather beautiful memory, and he ruined it, and he tarnished it, and he made it ugly. And now every single time that Neil Heslin has to think about the last moments he spent with Jesse, he also has to think about this horrible man, this disgusting series of lies that will be forever tied to his son's death. that Jesse's legacy had now become tied to this. That there would always be an asterisk next to his name. That there would be this contingent of people who would come out of the woodwork and decide they needed to confront Neil and Scarlett about this. And Neil and Scarlett spent the next years up until the day they're sitting in this courthouse dealing with this fallout. Of having all of these people think that they're liars, crisis actors, CIA agents, and their son Jesse didn't even live. I want to talk about what this trial means. Because there has never been anything like this. All right? There are lots of defamation cases in the past. It is, in fact, our oldest human law.
Objection to argument, Your Honor.
Defamation is one of the oldest laws we have in human society. Many of you know it in another form, in its earliest form from the dawn of man. We do not bear false witness against our neighbors. We believe that as a people, and we have since the moment we all started sitting down and living in cities together. And in the modern form, we see defamation cases. And that would, sometimes be about a news article, or a book, or a video on TV, or in some cases, maybe a couple of articles, or a series of videos. But never in the human history of defamation has somebody for 10 years, over and over and over, to a global audience, harassed, lied, and attacked the parents of murdered children for 10 years, causing huge portions of this country and indeed the globe to doubt them and their story. It has never happened. Where people are showing up and confronting the parents of murdered children in public, threatening their lives. It's never happened. This trial is different than anything that's ever gone on in this courtroom. And you're not here to decide whether all this happened. I think we all know that now. We're going to see the videos. Nobody doubts that the videos were published. You're going to see the black and white documents. You're going to see the internal emails. But you're not going to have to decide whether all this happened. And you know that you're not here to decide whether Mr. Jones is legally responsible. It's also not something you need to decide. And this also has nothing to do with the Constitution, because defamation is not protected by freedom of speech. Okay? We decided that long ago as a people. It actually recalls some of the words written by our old Chief Justice, William Rehnquist, the former Chief Justice of the United States. And he wrote in Hustler versus Falwell.
Your Honor, same objection to argument.
I'm going to allow it, but I'm sure you.
It's very brief, Your Honor.
So overruled.
In Hustler versus Falwell, Justice Rehnquist said this: false statements of fact are particularly valueless. They interfere with the truth-seeking function of the marketplace of ideas, and they cause damage to an individual's reputation that cannot easily be repaired by counterspeech, however persuasive or effective. It's for that reason that we do not protect defamation, false speech, because speech is free, but lies you have to pay for. There is also no question that Neil and Scarlett suffered harm. I don't know what Infowars lawyers are going to get up here and say. I don't. But one thing I know they will not tell you is that Neil and Scarlett weren't harmed by this. That's not going to happen. They won't tell you that, because we all know that happened. And the testimony will show that free speech systems admits that its conduct harmed the plaintiffs. They'll admit what they did to these parents' grieving process. They'll admit it. They just don't care. And they do not believe that they should have to pay anything beyond $1 for it. They think that the pain that they admit that they caused has no value. None. They're going to stand up here after the things that you've just seen admitting that they did wrong, admitting that they caused the harm, and they're going to have the absolute gall to say, give them $1. That's what they're going to do. You have 2 tasks. There's 2 things you got to do while you're in this courtroom. The first task is how much money should Neil and Scarlett be paid for the harm Mr. Jones has caused. The second thing you're going to have to consider is how much money will it take to punish Mr. Jones for his actions. That's it. Those are the only 2 things you're here to do today, or through this trial. And I want to talk really briefly about the burden of proof for doing that, because that came up a little bit during jury selection. And you'll notice they use this term, preponderance of the evidence. And ever since I came out of law school long ago, I do not know why we use words like that. That is dumb. Why do we talk that way? It really, because there's such an easy way to say it, and I think everybody in the courtroom will agree with me, the defense counsel will agree, that what preponderance of the evidence means is a fact more likely true than not true. Just a slight tipping of the scales. If you think you could flip a coin flip and it's better than those odds, that's more likely true than not true. And that's how we decide things in a civil court. Obviously, most of the things, like about whether you did something wrong or whether these videos are published, you won't have to decide that. So this actually isn't going to be that difficult in this case, because the evidence that you're going to see is going to fill up that scale you see that's pushing down. It's going to weigh it way down, because what goes in that part of the scale is the harm to Neil and Scarlett. And the evidence of that is overwhelming. You're going to be hearing a lot about it. You see, Mr. Jones knew that his lies would damage Neil's reputation. He knew that. He knew that if he cast Neil and his family into the middle of this Sandy Hook lie, that millions of people across this country were going to believe it, that they were going to harass these people, that their lives are going to get more difficult. Not because of what was going on in their minds, but what was going on in the minds of the millions of people who saw this. He knew that damage would happen. He doesn't care. Thinks it's worth $1. What I want you to remember about this is this number. 24%. You are going to hear expert testimony in this case. That will tell you that that number, 24%, at the time all these events were happening, is the percent of people in this country who believe that Sandy Hook was either definitely or possibly staged. 1 in 4 Americans. And you're going to hear expert testimony that Mr. Jones was the only voice of any importance whatsoever, the only commercial media figure at all to spread these lies. That these were things that were confined to the weird corners of the internet, bizarre Facebook groups and weird little YouTube videos, and these crank professors writing their anonymous blogs. Nobody with millions and millions and millions of followers. And nobody was doing it. It was Mr. Jones. And you're going to hear expert testimony that Mr. Jones and his conduct is the nearly exclusive driver of this. That as Mr. Jones put that out and his followers put that out, and it spread like a virus through the internet. And you're going to hear how, had it not been for Mr. Jones, this number would be trivial, because it would have never gone beyond the most crazy places on the internet. And you're going to hear how for 10 years, Mr. Jones's lies have inspired his guests to harass Neil and Scarlett. That's something you're going to hear. You're going to hear how guests and viewers who believed Mr. Jones' lies contacted Neil and Scarlett at home, that they accosted them in public. They harassed them online and by telephone, and that they threatened their very lives. Mr. Jones knew that his lies about Jesse's death would cause severe emotional distress to Neil and Scarlett. He didn't just knew it, he intended it. Intended to inflict emotional distress. This was his goal. It wasn't that he committed an accident. It wasn't that he was just not careful. He intended to hurt them, and now he wants to pay $1. But for 10 years, Mr. Jones has robbed Neil and Scarlett of the time they needed to heal over the violent death of their son Jesse, because Mr. Jones wanted to sell more of his products. That's the reality. You're going to hear how Mr. Jones's lies caused Neil and Scarlett to get stuck in loops of negative thinking about Jesse's death. Right? And what we mean by this is when your thoughts don't have an off switch. You're going to hear expert psychological testimony, medical testimony from medical experts, that what this is called is forced rumination. Rumination is obsessive thinking about a tragic situation when it interferes with your normal function. And that's what was happening to Neil and Scarlett over the past 10 years. For 10 years, Jones has used his campaign of lies about the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting to force Neil and Scarlett to ruminate about the violent loss of their son Jesse. Whenever Neil encounters the Sandy Hook lie, he can think of nothing else. And whenever Scarlett encounters the Sandy Hook lie, she shuts down and isolates. It didn't have to be this way. I want to make crystal clear to all of you, we are not here today to seek compensation for the death of their child and the grief that comes along with losing a child. A lot of parents lose children, way more than we want. It's accidents, disease, firearms. We've actually gotten to the point where firearms is a leading cause of death of children. Parents have to deal with this. And yes, it's horrible. But with qualified medical intervention and time, you can heal. You don't get better. You just heal. You develop scar tissue. You come to a place of closure. You come to a place of acceptance. And the grief will always be with you. But if you can do it in a healthy way, the outcomes for a parent who's lost a child you're going to hear are okay. You can get them to be in an okay place. People like Neil and Scarlett can heal over time if they are allowed to shape their past and present circumstances. But Neil and Scarlett were prevented from healing because they had to contend with Alex Jones' lies. Dealing with this conspiracy of lies for 10 years put a lot of life stressors on Neil and Scarlett, which led to a substantial decline in their well-being and caused them to continually suffer aggravated mental anguish. That is what you will hear from a medical professional, a psychological professional. I'm going to tell you this. And that's one of the other things you're going to compensate for in this case. We talked a lot about mental anguish yesterday, but it's that and the reputation, right? It's about what went on in their minds. That's the mental anguish. But in the millions of other people's minds, that's the reputation damage. Both of those things happened to Neil and Scarlett. That's not the only thing you're going to have to consider. You're going to hear evidence over the next coming days that relates to the things you'll need to consider for punitive damages. And as we talked about, these are the damages designed to punish the defendant and also to deter, to convince every other media organization that if they go down this path, if they try to copy Mr. Jones's formula, it will not be a good thing for them. Hopefully, this trial will be able to deter and prevent any other media organizations from following the same cruel path. Because what you have to remember is that Mr. Jones, for 10 years, intentionally lied that the shooting was fake or a government-led plot. When I say 10 years, it's because I want you to understand this hasn't stopped. Bringing this lawsuit did not solve this. You can look at what Mr. Jones has said afterwards, and you can see inside of his mind and know how malicious he was, because he is still saying Sandy Hook is synthetic. I want to show you a video from October 1st, 2021, just last year, in which Mr. Jones says that, you know what? my original instinct was right. At first I thought it was fake, and then I thought maybe it's real, and now, he says, seeing how fake and synthetic everything is, maybe I was right. Maybe Alex Jones is always right. That's what you're about to hear him say. I want to show you this video from October 1st, 2021.
Just like the New York Times lying about WMDs on purpose and all the evil things. That, oh, but I questioned one of the big events they hyped up because of a lot of the anomalies, and I have a right to question that. In fact, I, for a while, thought it didn't happen, then I thought it probably did, and now, seeing how synthetic everything is, maybe my original instinct, maybe Alex Jones is always. I'm pretty much right 99% of the time, folks, and so are you. I mean, we all know this is easy to look at to see what's happening.
And you've seen it here today. Mr. Jones still nodding along. Mr. Jones, you'll hear, he still thinks. It's cover up. Sandy Hook. Keeps pushing it because it's important that his audience not hear him retract. It's important that if he was to go out and say, yeah, I was wrong. Yeah, I need to be accountable. That will destroy him with his audience. Can't do it. He won't do it. You need to understand that he intentionally lied to sell supplements. That's what he did. Mr. Jones used Jesse's death to sell his products. That is the reality. And Mr. Jones retaliated against Neil for speaking out. Mr. Jones told the world that Neil was lying about holding Jesse's body. Because Mr. Jones will do or say anything to protect his ability to profit off his lies. This is a case about creating change. You have the power to stop this from ever happening again. You can put an end to these lies by punishing Alex Jones. You can make that part of Jesse's legacy. You can make Jesse's legacy this trial, in which he can hopefully, Jesse's legacy can prevent this from ever happening to another family, to another set of victims. That can be Jesse's legacy. But just as importantly is compensating Neil and Scarlett for the harm that they suffered. And I remember when we were talking in jury selection, when my partner, Mr. Ball, was talking, a lot of us were talking about how it's difficult to wrap your mind around something abstract, like mental anguish, reputation damages. And I know one of the things you're going to find out, that's why we all are for. We're going to tell you everything we can. We're going to give you all the instructions we can. We're going to show you all the evidence. But it's going to be up to you. And one of the ways that I think, right now, obviously I'm just an opening statement. I can't show you everything. But one of the things I think you should think about, a number you should keep in mind, something to help wrap your head around this level of damage, is this number, that 24%. The number of people in this country who believe that Sandy Hook was definitely or possibly staged. This pool of people who do not believe Neil and Scarlett, these pool of people who doubt them, from out of which come these followers who harass them. That group of people is 75 million people. And we would submit to you that a fair measure, analysis of the level of harm that was done to Neil's reputation out of all of this is $1 for every one of those people. Just $1. 75 million. And we would submit to you too that the emotional damage that was done to Neil and Scarlett, which you will hear through medical experts, we'd submit to you that that is at least as valuable as what happened to their reputation. At least. In this case, that has never had anything like this ever happen. Another 75 million. And that is why, at the end of evidence, we're going to come and we're going to ask you for a verdict of $150 million. Now, that is a huge verdict, to be sure. But it is one that will do justice to the level of harm done in this case. Harm that was done to the parents of grieving parents of murdered children who have had to endure for 10 years the most despicable and vile campaign of defamation and slander in American history. We look forward to telling you their story. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bankston. We are going to take our morning break. It is 10:50. We're going to break for 20
Okay.
minutes.
Well,
Remember all of my instructions. This is still a.
there you have it. That is the prosecution's opening statement. And now I will get the defense opening statement. Let's see where it is. There it is.
All right, you may proceed.
Okay, I need to share. Thank y'all for being here. I know it's not very interesting, not very flashy, but the topic, the information is very important, in my opinion. All right, this is the defense opening.
See?
May it please the court.
Yes.
We heard a lot about rules at the beginning of the personal injury lawyer's presentation. I'm going to tell you the most important rule I learned as a young lawyer. In case anybody can't read my handwriting, that says do not lie to the jury if you hope to get the verdict that you've requested. What we heard was a conspiracy of lies. The truth is going to come from that witness stand. It's going to be in the documents, the records, the evidence. My mentor, who I'm lucky enough to have sitting at this table with me, told me a long time ago to keep track of the other side's opening statement and write down their misrepresentations. So you can come back to the jury in closing argument and show them where they haven't kept their word. You see, a lawyer's opening statement is not like a politician's speech. You don't get to see if the politician is going to keep her word before you vote for her. You get to see if we keep our word before you vote in this case. My name is Andino Reynal, and I am honored to represent Alex Jones and FSS. He is one of the most polarizing figures in this nation. And I'm honored to represent him, not because I agree with everything that he says, but because I believe in his right to say it. And I believe in every American's right to choose what they watch and what they listen to and what they believe. Mr. Bankston's first lie came at 9:37 a.m. when he said that Infowars was one of the most significant networks in the USA. In fact, the evidence will show that in 2018, Infowars was completely deplatformed. You will not find Infowars on YouTube. You will not find Infowars on Facebook. You will not find Infowars on Twitter. You will find it absolutely nowhere. Mr. Jones has been canceled, punished for statements that are related to this case. Statements we don't dispute were wrong. But in order to render a just verdict, you need to understand and be able to see all the evidence and understand the chain of events and understand what he said and when he said it. I'm going to take my time, and I promise not to go on for too long. To first tell you a little bit about this case, go through a timeline of events, and then lay out why we believe the evidence will show that we should receive your verdict. On December 14th, 2012, Adam Lanza, a mentally disturbed young man in Connecticut, woke up early. He got a .22 caliber bolt-action rifle, went to his mother's room, and shot her in the head while she was sleeping. He then armed himself with a long gun and 2 pistols, and some reports say he drove by the high school where he'd been a student, saw 2 police cars, and diverted to the elementary school. He shot his way in and killed 20 first graders, 6-year-olds, and 6 school employees. In the span of 10 minutes, he created pain that would last a lifetime. Alex Jones was 1,500 miles away in Austin, Texas, dropping off his own 6-year-old at school. When he heard about the event, he was shocked and saddened, just like everyone else in America. He was also suspicious. Alex Jones has hosted a show called Infowars since the late 1990s. He started out on Austin Public Access. Infowars is a talk show where Alex Jones discusses, and some of the people who work with him, discuss conspiracy theories. And they discuss government cover-ups. And they discuss lies told by the mainstream media. And they try to give an alternative view. Mostly it's a college. So let's discuss what happened and go through the years. I want to clarify something. Because you're going to watch the videos. The videos are the most important part of this. Not cherry picking little snippets, but actually watching the videos. And I hope you hold the plaintiffs accountable. You're going to hear that Alex Jones was concerned about the government's response on the day of Sandy Hook. You're going to hear that he suspected the government, that he thought the government might have been involved. You are not going to hear him say that he didn't think any kids were killed at any time in 2012 or 2013, okay? So when you watch those videos, and watch them, when he says staged an attack, he means they committed an attack, okay? When he says false flag, he means the government attacked its own citizens to try and achieve a political end. Alex Jones doesn't trust the government. Millions of Americans don't trust the government. So let's talk about 2012. And the first thing I want to talk about is what happened in the immediate aftermath of the Sandy Hook murders. There was, and you'll see Alex, you'll be able to watch his response to it. Like him, everyone was heartbroken. across the nation and across the world. And they showed their sympathy for the people of Newtown, Connecticut. You will hear from the witness stand, there were over 500,000 letters, cards, drawings. There were so many toys sent to the town because it had happened right around Christmas. So many toys sent around the town that they had to get a separate mail sorting facility to distribute the toys to other places. Millions of dollars went to the United Way to support the family members. President Obama got on a jet and flew there the next day. I mean, not to mention every senator from Connecticut, every mayor, every town politician, people from around the world gathered to mourn. The mainstream media also went. Unfortunately, mainstream media. Some of the people who went to Sandy Hook, and the evidence is going to show that Sandy Hook wasn't different from any other school shooting. I mean, we live in a nation divided. If you're blue, every time there's a school shooting, it's America is the most dangerous place in the world, and we need to ban the AR-15. And if you're red, every time there's a school shooting, it's, again, here they are, taking advantage of a tragedy to try and infringe upon our rights. Unfortunately, that's just the way things work in this country. And it was no different at Sandy Hook. Hours after the event, CNN, every major news source was there, interviewing people, broadcasting. The evidence is going to show calling for gun legislation. Infowars, back in Austin, was also covering it in 2012 and 2013. It was big news. And Infowars never contested that the children were murdered in 2012 or 2013. You'll watch the videos. I was surprised. I don't have them ready to play. You'll watch them, okay? Assess them yourself. They were covering it, and they were saying that it was being botched, mishandled, and used to push gun legislation. And you'll hear from the witness stand, they will admit to you that the investigation and the coverage of the event was botched at first. I mean, I don't know what we have now. There's an enormous report. But you will hear covered that CNN misidentified the shooter and put this man's picture up from Hoboken, New Jersey for 4 hours and said that he was the real killer. You will hear that there was another, well, at least they reported that there was another man in handcuffs outside. You will hear that it was reported, and you'll see it in the videos, that there were people who were arrested. There was chaos. And we all know that that's what happens after these events, okay? Unfortunately, in this case, the chaos, the bad coverage led a lot of people to doubt. people who became known as truthers or the truth community. These were hundreds or even thousands of Americans who got together on Facebook and on Twitter and on YouTube and discussed the event and pointed out what they saw as inconsistencies in it that they believed suggested that there was a cover-up, that the government wasn't being forthright about what had happened, okay? And some of these people are very, very extreme, okay? They are. I want to mention 4 people in particular because they were leading members of the truth community, all right? They were all over YouTube. You'll hear that some of the videos they made got 10 million views. This was big news. And Infowars was covering the questions that people have. Because Infowars believes in people's right to question information. And they were interviewing these people and saying, hey, you have questions about Sandy Hook. What are they? Okay. Now, there did come a time when Alex was taken in, right? And did become, for a time, one of those people. We're not hiding that. But it wasn't in 2012 and it wasn't in 2013. The 4 people are Dr. James Fetzer, who was a professor at the University of Minnesota at the time, Dr. James Tracy, who was a professor at Atlantic Florida University of Media Studies at the time, Wolfgang Halbig, who you'll see, who was a Florida state trooper, who did work for the Seminole County Education Board, and who claimed to be a school safety expert, who had been interviewed on multiple channels and had even testified before Congress. Some of that now, 2020 hindsight, I don't think is true. Okay, but he presented himself that way at the time. And if you understand the news cycle and how it works, commentators, people on talk shows, they get information, they run with it. Alex Jones was wrong to believe these people. But he didn't do it out of spite. The evidence will show that he did it because he believed it, because he thought it was important coverage, because he thought that these people had a right to say what they were doing, that a citizen has a right to get on Infowars and talk about what their questions are. So let's talk about the bad facts. I mean, we talked about brutal honesty. (2014 to 2015) in the summer. The rest of it. Alex Jones has apologized repeatedly for the coverage that he gave to Sandy Hook from 2014 to the summer of 2015. And he has every reason. He does. They trusted people that they shouldn't have trusted. It created a lot of tension at his company. There were arguments about it. But he felt the show was important, and he aired it. He regrets that now, and he said so. The thing you have to remember about Alex is that he has been talking about conspiracy theories and taking on the elites, whether that is the Bush administration or the Obama administration or the Clinton administration. He's been the outsider for a really long time. And by the time we get to 2014 and 2015, he felt he had seen what he perceived as so many lies and so many cover-ups and so much hand washing of the facts that he had become biased. He was looking at the world through dirty glasses. And if you look at the world through dirty glasses, everything you see is dirty. Important for you to know, I don't think there's any evidence that is going to come from that witness stand that Mr. Heslin or Miss Lewis ever watched this show during this period. And I can assure you that there will be no evidence that Mr. Jones or any member of his staff named Mr. Heslin or Miss Lewis during this time. Okay. So just to recap where we are, 2012, 2013, Infowars is covering Sandy Hook with a slant that children were really murdered, but there's a government cover-up and potentially government involvement. That doesn't say that Mr. Heslin and Miss Lewis aren't the parents of a dead child. It doesn't. So we get to this period, and it ends in July. And after July, we have quiet from Infowars on this topic.
I would object to the reasons you just discussed with the motion. So the claim that Infowars was quiet in July, so remember that.
I'm free to discuss what I believe the evidence will show here.
You are free to discuss what the evidence will show, but liability has been established in this case, and you are close to the edge on that. So please be more careful.
Let's talk about 2016. It was an election year. It was a very contested election. And Mr. Jones, for the first time in his entire career, supported a candidate. And he was associated with Donald Trump. Hillary saw that as a liability for Trump and made Alex a big part of her campaign, saying that Alex had repeatedly said on his show that Sandy Hook hadn't happened. By this point, Alex didn't believe that. So on November 18th, 2016, he put out a video called Final Statement on Sandy Hook. And you'll have the opportunity to watch that video. And I think you should insist on watching that video in its totality, just like every video that's going to come into evidence. Because only then can you understand what really happened. You can't cherry pick. And he said, I want to reach out to the victims of criminal crimes and listeners to clarify where I stand on Sandy Hook. the last 3 or 4 years, the mainstream media has made attacks against me that I said no one died. I've hosted debates with both sides of the aisles. I've always said I'm not really sure of what happened. I can see based on the evidence why people might say nobody died, but I don't know what happened. I know mass shootings happen. The official story, however, of Sandy Hook has more holes in it than Swiss cheese. And he still believes that. That's it. Only statement on Sandy Hook for the whole year. Megyn Kelly is no friend to Donald Trump. And she decided that she was going to run a hit piece on Alex Jones about this issue. Alex Jones hadn't brought it up since November. She brought it up. She decided to air a show where she would confront Alex, who she got to interview by misrepresenting the purpose of the story, and juxtapose it with an interview with Mr. Heslin. Alex had never said Mr. Heslin's name. He'd never said Miss Lewis's name. The show is about to air. And before it airs, Alex says, I need to clear the air because this is going to misrepresent me. And he says in a piece, I believe children died there. So the show airs, and afterwards, a young reporter at Infowars sees an article on a website called Zero Hedge. And that article is in evidence. And the judge has already found Infowars, or Free Speech Systems, parent company for Infowars, and Alex Jones guilty for those statements. But you are free to consider the intent with which they were made in determining whether they were made maliciously or in good faith. And you're going to hear from the reporter who made the statements.
Your Honor, I'm going to have to object again to the comment.
So you're going to have to explain the difference between defamation and intentional infliction of emotional distress. Intentional infliction of emotional distress, for which Alex Jones and Free Speech Systems LLC have already been found liable, includes the state of mind of the actor, which means it has already been established that the acts they took to inflict the emotional distress were intentional. Defamation does not include that in the same way. So you're going to have to clarify that if you're going to go down that path.
I think the court has already clarified. You see, this is the article. It's in evidence. I'm going to move this because I'm sure that most of you can't see it. And basically, the article, you'll have it, you can read it, you can fact check me. But basically, the article says that Megyn Kelly isn't doing a good job fact checking her sources because she didn't run down a seeming inconsistency between what the coroner said about the parents not being brought into contact with the bodies on the day of the shooting, and what Mr. Heslin said about holding his child on the day of the shooting. And interestingly, it says Alex Jones's official position is that he believes children died in the shooting. In fact, during a 2014 account of a hearing before the Newtown Board of Education, an Infowars journalist did not dispute that Adam Lanza had perpetrated the shooting. There are 4 big reasons why I'm going to come back to you at the end of this case and ask for your verdict. The first reason is because when you look at the totality of the coverage, the evidence will be that Infowars' coverage of the Sandy Hook incident between 2012 and 2018 was less than 0.5% of its total coverage. It was barely 27 hours.
I can reject again? This entire comment?
He can say this, he's gotta show it.
Okay, thank you.
Less than 1/2. And remember rule number 1, the lawyer who lies deserves to lose. Okay? Less than 0.5% of total coverage on the show. Okay. And important to add to that is, remember, you got CNN and Fox and every other newscast covering this issue, right? Especially back in 2013. And Infowars is a whisper in a hurricane. Point number 2. The no one died at Sandy Hook lie did not begin with Mr. Jones. It began with Fetzer and Tracy and Halbeck and a guy named Steve Pachenik, who was a former State Department official and a psychiatrist. They were 4 of the most prominent among thousands of people who were saying this on YouTube, on Twitter, on Facebook. Given that, it brings me to point number 3. You are still allowed to decide how much damage Alex Jones caused. And in doing so, you can assess whether his words made their way to the ears of the plaintiffs. You can assess whether anybody was moved to act by anything that Alex Jones said. And the evidence will show that he did not cause the harassment. Number 4, Mr. Bankston, the personal injury lawyer, talked about this a little bit. Actual damages. The first question you're going to be asked to answer is actual damages. You will see no evidence that it was Alex Jones, the talk show host, and not Adam Lanza, the mass murderer, that caused the mental anguish that is honestly suffered by Mr. Heslin and Ms. Lewis. The videos are so important. Watch. Before I sit down, I want to make a couple more points. Number one, Alex Jones has apologized repeatedly for what he's done. And I expect he'll do so again here. Alex Jones has already been punished. Because of this case, he lost all his access to the internet. Millions of dollars. Canceled. He regrets what he did. And he's paying a price for it. He's paying a price for it today. He pays a price for it every time somebody on the street chases him and says, "You killed the children at Sandy Hook." And throws coffee on him. And because he's been canceled, nobody can hear his side of the story. Nobody can see the texture of reality. We are not cardboard cutouts. We are all real complex people. People make mistakes. They pay for it. They want to tell you this is the great Satan. This man is not a cardboard cutout. He's a human being just like every one of us with his own ideas. You will be able to decide. And I want you to ask yourself at the end of this case, is this an honest attempt by personal injury lawyers to get just compensation for damages that were actually experienced? Or is this a cynical attempt by personal injury lawyers to enrich themselves while silencing a political opponent and limiting every American's right to choose what they watch and what they listen to? I look forward to presenting this case today.
All right, thank you, Mr. Reynal. Before we break, I see people with gum in their mouth. It's clearly stated on the door, there is no eating, there is no gum in this courtroom. If I see it again, I'll stop. I'm talking, sir. The number one rule in court, fair or not, is when the judge is talking, nobody else is. Even if I interrupt someone. There is no chewing gum. There is no soda. There is no eating in this courtroom. If I see it again, I'll have you removed. There is no recording of any kind of the YouTube feed or the proceedings in this courtroom without prior written permission signed by me. No photographs, no audio recording, no video recording. So I'm not taking away everyone's phones in the room, but if we find out that you're doing one of those things, you will be removed. There is no talking in front of, or approaching by anyone of my jury. If somebody does that in the courthouse, they will be removed until this trial is over. Just want to make that very clear to everyone. We're gonna break for lunch. It's noon. We're gonna break until 1:30. My jury can go ahead and head on out. The lawyers need me right now.
My jury. It's her jury. I don't know. I might take issue with that. Isn't that the Alex Jones jury? So, ooh, that was infantilizing. Would you agree? I mean, she spoke to everyone in that courtroom like they were basically dirt. Man, I didn't like that a bit. I was feeling really good. I was feeling really good about the prosecutor's opening statements and the defense opening statements, and then, bam, that was terrible. Okay. Well, to be fair, though, can we admit that at the very least she is trying to control a courtroom where Alex Jones is sitting, and he does have a way of sort of inciting people to excitation, right? So, yeah. So we didn't get much interest in this topic. I'm a bit surprised about that. I stand by what I said, and that is, I think this will be, this is going to be an important case in terms of how we present our information and what we have to be careful, about. I only got 45 minutes of sleep. It's maybe why confused. Sorry, Mike. But I do think as creators, where primarily we do get a great deal of our content from other news organizations or content, and it's going to open our eyes. It's going to make people, or it should make people think a little more clearly about what they're saying and how they're saying it. I think about like Candace Cooley and what she has encountered with some of the interest in her son's case. And I just wonder, if sometimes things went a little bit far. So it'll be interesting. So what do you guys think? Will they go with the whole 150 million, or do you think it'll be a portion thereof, or do you think perhaps it'll be a single dollar? So put your guess in the chat. Do you think it'll be 150? Do you think it'll be some portion of 150, or do you think it'll be a single dollar? I thought Mike was awesome. I thought he kept up with it. Yeah, she was a control freak, Diane. No one has an opinion. The plaintiffs are asking for $150 million. Jones offered to settle for $120,000 per family, and they could go as low as only $1. So what are your thoughts? Will the jury go with the full 150? Will they go with a portion, or will they go with a single dollar? You think there'll be a partial award, but not the entire 150 million. Yeah, it's been a long time coming, Donna. And to be fair, Alex Jones didn't handle it very well. He didn't respond to some of the other complaints. He didn't show up in court, and now he finds himself sitting in the middle of the award phase. Not the entire amount. Okay. Anybody else have an opinion? What do you think? Mike thinks it'll be 75 million. I don't know. It's hard to judge, right? People are fairly people feel fairly protective of the Sandy Hook families. Yeah, I don't have any idea either, Mike. And can we be, let's be honest, it's Texas, right? Those are Texans on the jury, but they're from the Austin area, which tend to be a bit more left leaning. So it will be interesting to see. Hard to know. Infowars is well loved in the Austin area. Joe Rogan, is got a show coming out of there. So hard to guess. Very hard to guess. I don't know. But I'm glad that we did this. I think it's interesting. And tomorrow we'll listen to the remainder of the testimony, and then we'll be caught up, for Monday. Austin is liberal, yeah. But didn't you like how politically correct I was, Donna, in my description? No kind of insightful type of language coming out of this channel. We're gonna respect all opinions. No, Austin is liberal, and it is sitting right smack dab in the middle of Cowboy USA. So it is a weird cross section of people. You have UT there with some of the greatest minds in the world, right? And you've also got some of the largest beef ranches where, that's where we go and buy half a cow every couple of years. They have some of the greatest beef there. So it's a weird juxtaposition of ideologies that are all living together. So, okay, people, thank y'all so much for watching this with me. We'll finish up the rest of it tomorrow, and it'll be tomorrow afternoon. I work in the morning, so probably get started around 1:30 or 2 o'clock. I'll be home and ready to go. Okay, Mike, thank you so much for being here. We had another Mike here earlier. I think he may have left, and my screen is frozen again. I don't know what's causing that. I've got to log out of everything and restart. So anyway, you guys have a wonderful Saturday night, and y'all send me an email if you find an interesting live to watch tonight. I literally have zero thing to do tonight. I have nothing planned. I don't have anything to watch on television. No work to do. I don't know what I'm going to do. Thank you so much, Mike. I am really glad that you found us. That's wonderful. Meeser Mom. Yeah, Alex Jones, the whole Sandy Hook thing. It's a pretty sad situation. It is. Yeah. So he's already been found guilty of defamation, and now they're in the award stage. So they're looking at mitigating factors and aggravating factors to decide how much money to award to the family of Jesse Lewis. All right, I'm done. You guys have a great Saturday night. If you find something good to watch on YouTube, drop me an email and I'll come hang out with y'all and watch with you because I don't have anything planned to do. All right. Okay. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.